Ready? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the June 26th meeting for the Children's Services Council of Leon. The time is now 4:02 p.m. and I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We have a lot of in-person guests today, so I do want to thank you all so very much for being here at this meeting. There will be multiple opportunities on the agenda for you to provide comments. If you would like to complete a comment, please make sure you see Ms. Clay right here in the yellow dress and complete a form, and you will have an opportunity to comment during the time of the meeting. Please make sure, one thing I want you to realize, there is a time for public comment at the very beginning, but there is also time for public comment at certain spots if you want to speak to a specific agenda item. So please make sure you review the agenda, and when you want to speak for agenda item or overall, just make sure you're aware of that. I do see a lot of people. I'm assuming a lot of you will want to make comments. We will keep the comments at 3 minutes, and I do try to give you like an indication when you're coming close to time, just so you're aware of that, so you can get all of your comments out. Okay. Let's see. All right, to my council members, thank you all so very much for being here. We have a very long agenda. I'm going to ask that we stay succinct and efficient with our meeting. If you do want to make a comment, I ask that you all please put your cards up so I can see it, and then keep our conversation as orderly as we possibly can. For the discussion sessions, as I mentioned, we have a lot of things to discuss. We will limit our discussions to 10 minutes per topic. So just keep that in mind, please, so that all of the council members will have an opportunity to comment. All right, so thanks to everybody. With that, Ms. Clay, will you please take a roll call for me?
Judge Miller, Mr. O'Brien.
Here.
Mr. Jones.
Here.
Mr. Hannah.
Here.
Commissioner Cummings.
Here.
Mr. Mitchell.
Here.
Mr. Watt.
Here.
Dr. Williams.
Here.
We have a
We have a quorum. All right, we will move forward with the agenda, our next agenda item, which is to approve the agenda. We do have a revised agenda that was posted at the meeting, since the meeting has been rescheduled. So council members, are there any changes to the agenda? And if not, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda by consent.
I'll move the agenda. Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. O'Brien, a second by Mr. Mitchell. Do we have consensus to move the agenda forward? Yes, okay, all right, the agenda is approved. All right, it is now time for general public comment. Ms. Clay, do we have any individuals? Okay.
few general public comment.
Okay.
First, public comment will be from Mr. Rob Green.
Mr. Brinson?
Brinson.
Brinson, okay. Welcome, Mr. Brinson. You will have 3 minutes. Please start. I'll try to give you an indication when you're close to time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello. So a couple things I just put in the general so I can try to cover as many as possible. I was the chair of your audit committee RFP. So congratulations on the audit. I think if they're still going to go through that today, you'll see you are making progress, but you still have some room to grow, which I think is to be expected. I sent each of you an email. So that was the good news about the concerns I have. You have a lot of processes, 5, 6 processes on how you fund agencies, grant funding, event funding, RFP, RFI, ITN. And the nonprofit community is very confused as to who is getting what process and how that is being decided. So you've had ELC just come into a presentation, give them money. Now we have FSU also on the agenda, no RFP, no RFI, no nothing, just come in, get $500,000. I don't have to tell some of you in the room that FSU getting taxpayer money may or may not be a hot button issue in this community if you win the last election cycle. So if they're the sole source, I think if you put out an RFI and they respond as the only sole source, I think you can back that up and go forward that way. As far as your other funding process, I did ask, and I hope that at least some of you reviewed the video of the Strengthening Families one. That sort of disintegrated. If you look at your score sheet, and all you did was watch that process, it is hard to understand how an 82 does not get scored, does not get funded, but a 79, an 80, and an 81 does. It doesn't. What is the process that's being used for that? And lastly, I think you guys are appointed by the governor, that the funding should be with you. Citizens advisory and citizens evaluation is great. We do that with CHSP, but there is an appeals process. And this last CHSP process, there was an entire category that got appealed because one individual sort of threw things into chaos. And then they had to go back and fix that. So if you can, please consider keeping all the funding decisions with you and then a process for how you choose which process agencies get.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Renzi, there's a
You
comment.
said that you sent emails to all of us. Could you send them to our CSC?
Oh, okay, that's right.
Okay.
We will, yeah, their CSC emails are still caught in some sort of suspended animation. I will try.
That was the appropriate.
Yeah,
We will ensure that all of them receive it.
thanks.
Thank you very much. Our next comment, Ms. Klein,
Next public comment is Emily Fritz.
Ms. Fritz.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Emily Fritz, and I'm here to talk to you about a couple of things. The first is today you're going to be discussing the millage rate, and you have three proposals in front of you, and all three of them are tax increases. Now, granted, one of them is keeping the millage rate where it is, but as you know, that's still a tax increase because of the increased property values. My recommendation would really be to lower it. But if you're not going to consider that, I recommend that you keep it as it is. Inflation is still high and people are struggling. And if you raise the taxes to a higher millage rate, you're going to hurt the people you're trying to help. A lot of the people that you are trying to help probably live in rental property. And rental property is hit hard with tax increases because as soon as the landlord gets that property tax bill, he or she is going to raise the rent. You already know that they're going to get the taxpayers are going to be hit by a tax increase from the city and the county. I don't know about the school district, but city and county for sure. They do not need a trifecta. Right now, they are looking, their biggest concern is probably to pay their basic bills, and rent is one of them. They're probably more concerned about that than a program that will be created a year from now. So I recommend that you, of the three proposals you look at today, please keep the millage rate where it is. My second issue I'd like to discuss is for you to be more targeted and focused on where you put the money. Right now, you're spreading money all over the place. You're sprinkling it all over the place in subtherapeutic doses. And that's not how you cure an ailment. I know you've got a lot of broad goals, but when you are not targeted, I've got 1 minute left. When you're not targeted, you're not really putting the gusto behind what you need to do. So my suggestion is please narrow your focus, narrow the number of organizations that get the money and put it behind organizations that you know can make a difference. So that's all I have to say. Thank you much.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you again. Ms. Clay,
Next public comment, Mr. John Lester.
Mr. Lester.
I only have a short comment, and that is that we're facing tax increases already from city and county sources. We don't know about water management district or school district and other areas that impact our property taxes. But all of those are poignantly directed at what I believe is the people that this group was formed to assist. That is our children, grandchildren in my case. It appears to the untrained eye that you already have substantial cash assets or cash equivalent assets. And I would urge you to keep your millage at a minimum as you continue to amass resources until you have all of the disbursements identified and qualified. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. We appreciate your comment. Ms. Clay,
Next public comment, Ms. Florence Brainard.
Ms. Brainard, welcome. It's Brainard, okay. Oh, okay, thank you.
I've been a resident here in Tallahassee for at least 50 years, in our own home for over 30 years. And taxes are going up for retirees here, and you understand how hard and difficult it is for us to maintain our home and our way of life without going down or downsizing because of taxes. So this bothers me when you folks decide to go up on your millages. I did ask the county when we got our tax and you were placed off there. I said, well, how can I see if they're accountable? And they said I had to talk to you folks. And so I would really like to find out where the money is going. My husband said it's online, but I don't spend a lot of time on the internet. But anyway, I want to tell you that I was not in favor of this millage in the first place because it hurts us. And I'm certainly not in favor of increasing because that's certainly going to hurt us because I know it's not where you're going to stop. My concern is this money really going to help the children or is it going to go elsewhere to help other people or things that we don't know about? But anyway, my heart is with the children. I hope that your heart is with the children. And this is where the money's going. But I do plead with you, please don't increase this millage. Put what you have where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brainard. We appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Ms. Clay,
Next public comment, Mr. Neil Skeen.
Mr. Skeen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to make a small point about a future agenda item and then a larger one that draws on that. I was on the evaluation team for the family strengthening programs. Yolanda Chow is our spokesman for that group for the consensus recommendation. And I don't want anybody to interpret what I'm about to say as reflecting any disagreement with that consensus, because we all agreed to it. But one bullet point in that recommendation that you'll see in the packet is relates to the effect of the $2.4 million allocation cap, the budget that you provided to the group, and the effect of that on the team's proposal. The Boys Town proposal was $1 million. It won a high rating, the second highest in the research-based category, fourth highest overall, but was rejected because its $1 million price tag would consume such a large proportion of the 2.4 million we had. I was the major proponent of making sure this point was noted to you. The phrasing of that bullet point, however, implies something that I strongly oppose. It's the implication that there should be a cap on how much the provider may propose. We didn't discuss the idea of a cap on proposals. The concern was the effect of the cap from the council on how much we had total to spend. Being open to large scale proposals is a very desirable way for this council to achieve large scale impact. And I agree with my friend Emily Britt on that. I'm going to disagree with her, as she knows, in a minute. But you should encourage them and not have them. I personally think you should find a way to fund the $2.4 million budget allocation outside of the $2.4 million. One way might be to use the funding, I'm sorry, Reverend Holmes, to use the funding that was recommended for rejection, if you decide to do that, The other would be to raise the millage to 0.42 and generate funding to do that. I'm personally very drawn to school-based mental health programs. They're in place in Georgia and South Carolina. They're starting a program here. All of those, and in fact, our proposals included others, the Oasis Girls Circle proposal, the Pace Reach program in schools, and are also really useful. The point I want to make also is people have come here talking about the tax. Taxes are going up for the county and the city. Most of that money is going to law enforcement and to pensions, and is driven by gun violence that I know Commissioner Cummings has been particularly concerned about. And while we're getting tough on crime, we also need to get tough on the causes of crime. And I just urge this council, this is what people voted for you for, is to get tough on the causes of crime and not keep spending money fighting the crime that already exists. So I encourage you to keep that in mind as you discuss your millage rate for next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. I appreciate that. Ms. Clark.
Next public comment is from CSC.
Ms. Stevens. I apologize to those that aren't in the room. Maybe, I don't know. How we can get some more of them in here. They can see it. Okay. All right.
They can hear it.
All right. Thank you.
No, we can't hear it.
There's no audio.
Oh, it's probably.
Is there any audio? No.
It's just a screen like you got behind you.
No, but no, they can't hear words.
It's just the audio is cut down. We'll cut it out.
Okay. Thanks. Ms. Stevens, welcome. Thank you.
I just want to say hello to everyone, and my comment today is that there is plenty of money for you already. We do not want an increase in our taxes. We are suffering as it is. Every time we go to the grocery store, it's higher. And house payments, trying to put gas in the car. So please do not do this. There should be enough for you to take care of everything that you've already got. Just if you redistribute it a little different and cut down on the number of minutes you have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stevens. We appreciate your comment. All right, Ms. Clay, do you have any additional comments?
Last public comment is from Ms. Margot Rosa.
Rosa?
Hello,
How are you today?
good. Hope everybody's well here. Like with many of the public comments that have already been stated, I am vehemently opposed to the millage rate increase. Because it's going to increase. So adding on top of that, I don't think, and the other comment I want to make, I haven't seen anything on where this money is going. There's no budget. I don't see a budget. I don't see anything of where the money's going. So that's another concern. It's another concern. It's inflation has hit us all. Gas prices, food prices, now increased tax prices. Also going to be a concern for a lot of people. So I'll have
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right, any other public comments, general public comments?
no more general.
No more general public. Okay, thank you all. Do we have one more? Okay, we have one more.
This is Ms. Dottie McPherson.
Ms. McPherson, welcome. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine, thank you. Having grown up with kids who used to get beat up by their parents all the time, I know what you're doing, but right now you're new and I don't think it's right to be asking for more money. What we want right now is action and results and accountability with proof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Thank you. Ms. Clay, any additional comments?
No more public comment.
No more public comments at this time. All right, and thanks to all of you that did take the time to come today and share your comments with the committee today, with the council today. All right, let's move on to agenda item number 5, which is approval of the consent agenda. I want to remind everybody what's in our package for consent agenda. We do have the minutes from the April 20th meeting. We have the financials report for both April and May. We have the executive committee report. We also have the program services committee report, which includes the revised program procurement improvement process I hope you've all had an opportunity to review all of those, and then also the executive director's report. Ms. Clay, I do think there was one change to the April minutes that you would like to state.
Yeah, in the minute, it stated that there was 10 members present and it was supposed to be that one.
7, all right, so that's been changed to document the 7 members that were present. With this, council members, are there any other items that y'all would like to discuss that's currently on the consent agenda that you all would like for us to pull off? If not, all right, we have a motion by Mr. Jones, a second by Mr. Watts. Any objections? Are we all in agreement with the consent agenda?
With the one change of the minutes.
With the one change with the minutes, all right. So with that, we will move forward with the consent agenda. Thank you all very much. Okay, we're gonna get to the fun part of the agenda. I think this is what most of our members, our participants are here for, to discuss the procurements that are currently on the street. The first procurement that we are going to review is the family support procurement. So first thing I'm going to do is ask Ms. Blanken to please review the process that we went through for the procedures, and then we'll discuss how we'll move forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on Thursday, March 23rd, the council approved the issuance of 3 procurements. The first was an invitation to negotiate, seeking proposals for the creation and management of family resource centers to be located in targeted neighborhoods. The total procurement for 26 months would be $4 million. The second was a request for proposals to support the implementation or expansion of multiple family strengthening and parent education programs designed to promote protective factors, increase family self-sufficiency, and prevent child maltreatment. The designated amount was $2.4 million over 26 months. The total request was 4.566873.21. And lastly, the council approved a request for applications to support the implementation or expansion of multiple youth mentoring programs designed to promote positive youth development through the intentional pairing of youth with caring non-parental adults in a mentoring relationship. Programs could be designed to prevent juvenile crime and recidivism, foster academic achievement, encourage positive peer relationships and healthy behaviors, and support youth with specific severe needs. The amount designated was $1 million over 14 months, and the total request from applicants was $1.792 million. The Family Resource Center ITN had 2 respondents. The Family Strengthening Parent Education RFP received 14 responses, with 3 being deemed ineligible. Additionally, that procurement had 2 categories: research supported and grassroots. Respondents' proposals must have been in one or the other of those categories. The third, youth mentoring RFA, garnered 11 applications. For the ITN, for Family Resource Centers, the council will hear the recommendation from the evaluation team and make a decision to either approve it, reject it, pick one or more to move toward negotiation, or develop a completely different recommendation. For the RFP for Family Strengthening, the council will hear the recommendation from the Community Impact Panel and make a decision to approve it or develop an additional or different recommendation. And for the last, the RFA for Youth Mentoring, the council will decide which applications to fund using the rankings and the scores from the Community Impact Panel as their guidance. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you so very much for reviewing that process. Okay, so I just want to share with everybody, the family support procurements are very important to me because I strongly believe that if you don't have a strong family, no matter what you do for these children, it's going to fall flat. You know, it's very important to support families. when it was time for us to discuss these conversations around the family resource centers, I did have a conversation with our general counsel, who's not here, Mr. Rowe. There is a perceived conflict of interest that I have as a result of one of the responses that came in for the family resource centers. I am a proud member of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, and I feel as if half my church is here today. I mean, I feel as if I'm sitting in a pew among family and friends. And because of that, I do feel as if there can be a perceived bias based on how I may vote on certain things, because I do have strong opinions. But because of that, and because of my consultation with Mr. Rowe, I have made the decision to recuse myself from this vote and from this discussion. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Mr. Watts, to lead the conversation around the family resource centers because of my connection to Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. And then Mr. Watts, if you could turn it back over to me when it's time to go to the next procurement, which is the family strengthening and patient education. So.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. And hello, everyone. My name is Terrence Watts. And so with that, we will move into discussion around the Family Resource Center. And we'll give a presentation of the evaluation team recommendation. I will begin with an overview. There is a memo that was created. Oh, sorry. Oh. Yeah. And so we will have public comment after we go over have a chance to discuss what the evaluation team's recommendation were. We participated in the evaluation team, and we'll open it up for public comment. So with that said, and I'm not going to read the entire memo, but highlight the information. So this did occur where the CSC Leon, March 23rd, they did approve the issuance of the IPN seeking proposals for the Family Resource Center. And the CSC Leon published the ITN on Friday, March 31st. The procurement invited responses from vendors who could demonstrate at least 5 years of experience providing services. And we know that there were actual 2 submissions, and those were the 2 that were moved forward. On Friday, May 5th, with the 2 responses that we received, there was an evaluation team. That evaluation team consisted of Mr. Kayla Norris Barber, Brittany Beal, Laura Maroney, Michael Torres, and myself, Terrence Watts. With this process, we all independently evaluated the responses in accordance with the following rating categories and correspond available points totaling 100 points. I do want to thank the evaluation team that volunteered their services. It was time consuming, and I think it is still posted. The actual YouTube from that discussion is about 1.5 hours if you hadn't had a chance to actually review the discussion around the evaluations and the scoring. And so there were 4 categories: organizational profile, which is up to 15 points, program design up to 40 points, program evidence up to 20 points, and budget up to 25 points. That was the scoring range. And so here are the recommendations. So on May 15th, there was a publicly noticed meeting. The evaluation team did come together to review the scores, and by consensus agreed on a recommendation on the responses to be presented to the council, which is what we are going to do here today. As such, we did unanimously decide that none of the submitted responses should advance to the negotiation team. And this decision was based on the following in no specific order. The composite scores for responses was 71.2% and 44% respectively. So that ultimately means that 2 respondents, one scored 71.2% and the other scored a 44%. The responses lacked clarity about their intent to use national standards to guide the work of the FRCs. This is based on how the ITN was designed and written, specifically what it was asking for related to the national standards. The responses lacked adequate description on how the expectations of the ITN would be met, but rather described expectations of what they already do. The proposed FRC location suggested in the responses did not meet the expectations for neighborhood reach as detailed in the ITN, and the responses lack clarity on the respondents' current financial positions and how the funds, if awarded, would not supplant their existing sources. So in consideration with that information, we respectfully recommend that the CSC Leon Governing Council reject all bids and we direct staff to re-advertise the solicitation, permitting current bidders to resubmit at their discretion. This action would maintain the current quiet period and the confidentiality of appointed evaluation, negotiation, and the negotiation teams. I'm gonna clarify or maybe add a bit of additional information around exactly what that means. So before we get to offering public comment, which is ultimately with that route, it would provide the opportunity for the current two agencies that submitted to actually have the opportunity to, if they chose, review the information and I refer to almost like an open book test. The conversations, the discussion that was had with that evaluation team, because it will remain the same evaluation team with that process, have the opportunity to resubmit if they chose, addressing some of the concerns that were discussed in the actual evaluation and discussion. And so, as stated in the original solicitation, all vendor communications regarding the ITN shall be limited to the purchasing official. There shall be a quiet period between the date the ITN is advertised and the date the recommended award or cancellation has been announced. And during the quiet period, no one acting on vendor's behalf may engage in any written or verbal communication or other attempts to influence anyone else at CSC Leon regarding this ITN. The merits of the vendor or whether CSC Leon should award the contract to the vendor. This includes staff members, evaluation team members, council members. Any unauthorized contact may disqualify the vendor from further consideration. Ultimately, if we in this space right now, so in other words, the evaluation team, the members of the evaluation team, that cone of silence is what it's referred to as. Ultimately, we would need to remain in that space until we made a final, decision of where the council would like to do with this recommendation. So with that, I do need a motion and a second to put forth the recommendation and open it up for.
Well, I've got it. And I don't know the order in which we should do this in terms of sort of questions I have, but let's say that we follow the committee's recommendation. If we are rejecting all proposals, then the ITN is dead, and if the cone of silence period would also be dead, and it would give any would-be respondent or the two respondents the opportunity to meet with us all individually. Am I understanding that correctly?
Okay, so my understanding is actually with our recommendation, even though we're rejecting it with the intent not to close it and start over, which is, could be a recommendation where we say, hey, reject them all, close it and re-advertise, put out a new ITN, changing the description. Actually, this right here is just rejecting, giving the opportunity, if chosen, to actually resubmit. Currently, keep the ITN the same.
So nothing would change. We would not telegraph to anyone in the public. I mean, we're basically saying our ITN was perfect, which may explain why we only got 2 responses to begin with, and neither of them met whatever threshold the committee wanted. So we do have the choice of rejecting all bids and scrapping the ITN altogether and starting fresh with the new ITN.
That could be a part of the discussion.
Okay. Well, for sake of like putting us in a posture to vote on it, and only for that purpose, I'll make the motion that what posture do you want it to be in, that we're
Can I do it?
Committee's recommendation.
okay.
Are you trying to get to a discussion point?
Yeah, so
Then you'd have to.
okay, so I'll make
You
a
have to get there.
motion for discussion purposes.
Okay, so we have a motion by Paul Mitchell and the second by School Board Member Darrell Jones.
Okay.
Okay, well, first we gotta do public comment.
No. You're gonna do your discussion first.
Okay, Then we do
here.
it. Okay,
and then-
okay, all right.
Yes,
I thought we
No, no.
first public comment
No, I think
first.
if you would like to do public comment first, we can, but
But
normally
normally we
let
do
you
it
all
after the
discuss.
conversation.
Right before we,
Historically, we're gonna have to come.
but before we go.
So we have a group here today, and if it's appropriate and we wanna go right now and just discuss if we want public comment first, we can do that, or we can typically do what we typically done, which is have the discussion and then open it for public comment.
Ross, I have an opinion on this. I really think that folks who've come here to comment deserve the benefit of hearing our conversation. So that not only can they make a comment on their position on the ITN, but also our comments. So they're sort of answering any questions or thoughts that we have.
Okay, we'll just, what we've done consistently is had discussion and then open it up, so let's just continue with that, and I recognize you before.
Going back to the distribution of funds, I've always been pretty straightforward that the most important thing to me is really focused on 0 to 3, 0 to 5. Early childhood development, that's brain development. That's where we're gonna give these kids a fighting chance to be successful in life. This piece of it is the hub of that, right? That is it. So of the allotment, how much do we have allotted towards this specific area? Because we had it broken up by category, right? What was the allotment that we have here?
In total, it would be
In this specific category?
in just this 4 million,
So
over
that-
26 months.
So that it's a pretty substantial part. So through the ITN process, if we redo it, we're not talking about reducing the funds here. We're talking about keeping the funds in this category, but putting it back out so people could be more focused on their presentation and I guess product development, right?
All right, so
We're not talking about reducing the funds.
we would not be reducing the funds. It wouldn't stay the same. It would, in essence, give the opportunity for the evaluation members the questions that they had if folks who submitted chose to.
That was my point. That was my question. Well, we're going to redirect funds out of this category to another pit, or we're going to keep it here because it was important to me to make sure we kept it.
Yes, it was. Yes.
That's what.
Okay, thank you. And I'm gonna go to Mr. Mitchell, and then Carol comes next.
All right, so here. I only had the opportunity to really read one of the proposals. It was the one that scored the higher. But if you remember back on March 23rd, it was at Pineview Elementary that we had the meeting. And I remember this issue coming up, and I thought to myself, I have got so many questions on what this resource center is supposed to be like. What services are going to be provided there? How many facilities do we need? I had an awful lot of questions because I didn't understand what we wanted. And I looked at I looked at the one response, and I looked at the ITN itself asking for a response. And that's I sort of was hinting at where I am heading just on this issue prior to public comment, but is not just rejecting the ITN altogether and starting fresh, and maybe sitting down with the 2 respondents, but also sitting down with others who have started a family resource center, and really better defining for the applicants what it is that we want. And I don't think we did that. Clearly, the committee did not feel good that we got responses that were satisfactory. But I kind of think, if the ITN wasn't good to begin with, we're not going to get anything good back. And that's where I fall. This proposal, good proposal. I mean, it's some interesting stuff. I don't know that it responded to the ITN. I don't know that the ITN was really clear and prescriptive of what we were looking for. But that's just my thought.
Thank you. And Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It might take me a minute because I've been advised by counsel that I need to say this on the record. Okay. I am a member of the umbrella entity that submitted one of the proposals. Bethel Empowerment Foundation is an umbrella of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. I am a member of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, have been a member for over 30 years, and I have provided some legal services to the church and to the Bethel Family Life Center as well over the years. Nothing recent since I've been elected as a county commissioner, and certainly nothing since I've been a member of this board. I was not aware that a submission was being made by the Bethel Empowerment Foundation. I was not involved in it, was not aware of it, and only became aware when I saw the recommendation from the evaluation committee to reject both proposals and start all over again. Okay. I also have to say this. I do not have a contractual relationship with the Bethel Empowerment Foundation or with Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. I don't have a signed contract with each entity. My capacity as a member of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church at this time would not lend itself to me receiving any compensation or remuneration if this contract was let by the Children's Services Council to the Bethel Empowerment Foundation. I looked at the statute. I talked to the General Counsel with this body as well as the county attorney. And so I feel at this point that what I'm about to say and recommend does not rise to the level of showing any favoritism to the Bethel Empowerment Foundation or to Bethel Baptist Church. So it's clear I do not have a conflict to the point where I would receive any benefit. I don't have a conflict where any member of my family, relative, in the statute sets forth the extent of the relationship all the way down to sisters and brothers, nieces and nephews. So I don't have that type of conflict at this time. The only thing that might appear is maybe an appearance of impropriety because I'm a member of the church. However, I don't believe what I'm going to recommend will establish any favoritism on it from that regard. Now, I looked at the evaluation, Mr. Watson. I looked at the different categories where these proposals were evaluated, and it just gives me some pause when I look at the range. Even though I know the evaluators supposedly had subjective criteria, not subjective, objective criteria to rate one of the proposals. Correct? Okay. When I looked at the organizational profile for both proposals, there was a range, like, 5-6 point difference between the evaluators. When I looked at program design, there was as much as a 15 point range between what one evaluator saw on the program design and what the other one saw on the program design. I don't know, it gives me concern that if we had some objective criteria, each evaluator perceived that criteria in a different vein, in a different manner. So I think we as council members need to take that under consideration. Also, on the program evidence, that was 10 point spread in one proposal, 8 point spread in another between the evaluator. On the budget, it was as much as a 13 point spread in one, 11 point spread in the other. So I only think that we as council members need to recognize that the evaluators bring to the table their own perception, their own background, their own experience. I have not read either proposal, but I just saw the summary that the evaluators gave to the proposal. One scored 71.2, the other one scored 44%. And I think we as council members need to also be cognizant of the fact that we only had 2 entities that responded to the ITN. And like Mr. Mitchell, I'm not sure where the problem was, if the requirements were too stringent, but we had 2 proposals. I want to borrow Mr. Skeen, Attorney Skeen's presentation to us when he said a couple of meetings ago, our children can't wait. The taxpayers allocated this money so that we could benefit our children, elevate our children, provide services for our children. And if we now accept the recommendation to reject all bids, which is only 2, and rebid, I believe we're not putting children first. This was an invitation to negotiate. And I believe in that vein, it would be proper for us as council members to give staff the authorization to negotiate with both of these entities. And like Mr. Mitchell said, if there is some disagreement or some not so much disagreement, but some misunderstanding about what the council was looking for in that ITN, then we would have the opportunity to look to each one of those proposals, whoever their point person is, and make some consideration, give a thing, and get some clarity on what is being asked. So I believe with only 2 proposals here, we go out 3 or 4 months, put it out again. Who's to say we're not going to get the same 2 entities responding, 2 local entities? So what I'd like to do, Mr. Chair, is do a substitute motion that we as the council give the staff authority to negotiate with these 2 entities to see if we can come up with a product that the council and the staff believe is cognizant of what we believe to be a good resource center for our children, and allow staff to bring it back to this council within 30 days, or perhaps if they need 60 days to do so. But I believe that would be giving an opportunity to those applicants to clarify any misunderstanding with staff of what the ITN was proposed. After all, it's in the vein of invitation to negotiate. So let's do that. Let's negotiate with those 2 entities and not let our children wait. We need to provide, we got the money, we got the 4 million, 2 million, whatever. Let's try to see if we can provide services to our children sooner rather than later. So that's my motion.
Commissioner Cummings, may I ask you a follow-up question?
Absolutely.
And so, okay, with your proposal, we'll repeat this back to you, which is ultimately you'd like to move forward the 2 that have actually, submitted.
Absolutely.
And give the staff the opportunity to actually negotiate with them around
The parameters of the ITN.
perimeters of the ITN.
Absolutely.
And okay, I understand that. So now I have a question maybe for you, Sika, which
Yes.
is it in a posture where that is even possible?
So.
Oh, go ahead.
So to clarify, it would be moving them forward to the negotiation team. And the negotiation team would be working with them.
And that's my motion.
Okay, all right. So it's to actually move it forward to negotiation team to start that process.
Absolutely.
Okay, and so we don't,
Have a motion.
okay, so we do have a motion on the table. We have to do.
Yeah. So, Commissioner, I want to, 1, be respectful of your motion, and 2, I made the motion for discussion purposes. And I would only ask that you withdraw your motion until we can kind of come to, like, you made your comments, like, let everybody make their comments, and then, because I don't want to withdraw my motion. But it's not because I disagree with anything you said. Well, I hope we can just push pause for a second while we finish the conversation.
Okay, and that's why I asked if we wanted to hear citizen comments first. I didn't know if we were in a posture where we could offer motion or substitute motion. And I will.
Well, we are.
Withdraw it.
Yeah, okay. I don't want, that's why I said, I want, with all due respect, you are certainly able to put up a
Okay.
substitute motion. I just wanna, yeah, I just wanna like fully
Okay.
get this.
Okay.
All right, and be reminded, we want to try to keep our discussions to 10 minutes if possible. And so with that, I do need to move forward. Recognize.
Quickly, I have a question is where's the backup, the financial backup to the family resource center? I see it for the family strengthening. For the youth mentoring, but I don't see maybe I'm just missing it. And while we're looking for that, I'm not sure I remember the exercise we went through where we all put stickies.
Yeah.
I'll never, and I said this at the budget meeting the other day. Overwhelmingly, the vast majority of the stickies were at early learning in 0 to 3. Yet I don't think we have even discussed 0 to 3. And we put on, and I asked this in the budget workshop before, we had a committee that came behind, a subcommittee that came behind what we did in that exercise, added additional priorities, okay? Now to me, we've left 0 to 3 behind and we've moved on. And when I asked the other day, how is this happening? Well, we've heard early learning has a lot of federal money, a lot of ESSER money. So we want to spend all that money now and we'll revisit it later. I'm not in a good posture with any of this. I'm with any of it. I'm just gonna be honest with you, because I, like you, was committed to that being the priority. And I, like one of the speakers said earlier, have also said numerous times that if we aren't careful and we start spreading resources out and everybody gets a couple of crumbs here and there, we don't do anything well or anything that has impact. And so I'm disappointed in myself that I think I allowed this to happen without me vocalizing what exactly was going on, or maybe I didn't understand exactly what was going on, or maybe I didn't pay close enough attention to exactly what was going on. But this isn't what I expected. And the train has left the station, and we now have all these groups coming to be for funding, and none of them have to do with where my priority was and where I thought the vast majority of your priorities were as well. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Chair, if I can give the
Yes.
financials, because it was an ITM, we did not put that in the packet. It's in the cone of silence. However, the Bethel Christian Academy's request totaled 2.6. And Brownsville Preparatory's request totaled 3.7. It's not in your book.
It's not in the book.
No, it's not in your book.
that was not established as a criteria for this evaluation process. It did come up in the discussion for the evaluation team. And one of the members did suggest historically CSC uses a 70%. Some have rated a 70 as moving other programs forward in some of our other decisions.
Right.
So, but it was not a factor like, hey, as part of this ITM, we will move forward everyone who scored at 80% or higher. But it did come up in a discussion, you know.
And so with only two respondents, one receiving a passing grade and the other not receiving a passing grade, most simply, but we were rejecting, the recommendation from the committee is to reject all.
Okay, however, even though that was the consensus of the entire evaluation team, it was with the consensus that it will give those folks, if they chose to, who submitted, an opportunity to review the discussion of the evaluation team and resubmit if they so chose. Not the other option, which is just reject them all and re-advertise and start a whole new ITN process. So that was the discussion of the group. Those were the options that were presented to us that, you know, we would still allow them to have. Go ahead.
May I clarify?
Yeah.
Okay, so to reject all and re-advertise means that the cone of silence would stay in place and we would re-advertise the current ITN. Those who have applied can look at everything that's available. So the video, they can hear all the comments, they can hear everything out there, read everything out there, and make the decision whether to look at that, tweak their application and resubmit it. Or they could decide they don't want to do that. It also would open it up for anyone who would want to come in. The other option would be to just reject all and be done. And so that would take the whole procurement process away, and this council would have to decide where you want to go next. The third option could be reject all and reprocure. If we do that, that is a delay because we would literally retool the entire ITN, develop a new timeline, and put it back out. So I just wanted to give that clarification. And then, of course, this council can come up with any recommendation, given all of the information that you know now. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. O'Brien.
Couple of things. One is we are being watched, measured, and evaluated by our community because we're using their dollars. We're taking their dollars, and it's our responsibility to be wise, thoughtful, constructive stewards of those dollars. When we start venturing outside of the guidelines we've set for ourselves, I think we set ourselves up for a lot of criticism. Not that we don't get it already, but I think there is value in keeping a standard process out there. I've looked at the scores, and even if you take out the low score across the board, it's still a 76 and a 50. 50 is not a good score. I don't care what anybody says. If that's where you're starting point, I don't think, you know, I appreciate the need to get dollars out there quickly. I agree with that. Absolutely. But I think we have to be smart about how we get dollars out there. I think we can go through maybe an accelerated ITN process, whatever, but I think there is value in going through the process in a way that makes sense rather than starting to negotiate, especially if we're negotiating with both. One had a 76, at least you could say it's 76. Right. But if we're negotiating with the one that had 50, that's not a good starting point in my mind. I think there's value in going through the process, albeit maybe instructing our management, our leadership to go through it in an expeditious process to get the dollars out there. I do think that we need to go back and just kind of going back to Superintendent Hannah's comment. We all said that early childhood development was our focus, our primary focus, not our only focus, but our primary focus. And as maybe we didn't pass that on to the evaluating groups as much as we should. Maybe we didn't write it into the guidelines as much as we should. But our expectation should be that the programs brought forward should address that in a very large way. The majority of programs, at least. But I do think there's value in making sure we follow the process. We have been tasked. We're taking on personal responsibility of being stewards of these resources. And I think that we need to follow a thoughtful, smart process in identifying how those dollars get spent and where they go. And then measuring the accountability points along the way. I think if we just start negotiating with organizations that clearly have not satisfied the members of the evaluation process, I think it's a bad starting point, especially in this very first year of doing this. I think that's a bad starting point.
Thank you. The amount of money that we're talking about represents 25 to 30% of our annual budget. That is a lot of money. The fact that there really was only one response, I'll say two response, should tell us that we made a mistake. We did not, in state government, if you're going to do a large procurement, which 25 to 30% of your annual budget is a large procurement. If you're going to do that, you sit down with the vendor community. You sit down with the folks from Bethel and anyone else that you know of, and you bring everyone together and you have a bidders conference and you ask them for their ideas. You can do it in an expedited fashion that wouldn't require an RFI first, then an ITN. You have a bidders conference and you say, here's what we're looking for, community. Tell us some ideas that you have so that we can go back and put together an instrument, a procurement instrument that we get what we want. I don't blame the two respondents to the ITN at all. I blame us. That's why I said on March 23rd, look, I'm a member of this council. I read everything. Just to some people, chagrin, but I read it all. I don't know what we want. If I don't know what we want, how is it that to the community that we sent it out to, that really we only had one response that even kind of made it to the position that it was a quality response, I'll say. The other thing is, this issue of this magic score, we've made a bad mistake as council members, I think, when we talk about what's a passing score and a non-passing score. The reality is, whether it's 71% or 76%, if you look at the bulk of our money, when we do pass out money, they're all in the above 80. They're in the 90%. That's where the bulk of our money goes. Yes, we make our way down to smaller amounts of money further down the list, but it isn't 25 to 30% of our annual budget. I would really like to start fresh with a bidders conference where we invite the two respondents to come in and send an APB out there saying, hey, world, we've got $4 million that we would like to spend over the next 24 months. $4 million in this community? That's a lot of money. We only got two responses. We must have done something wrong. And those responses didn't live up to an evaluation committee's recommendation that we even move forward with negotiations. So again, I don't blame the two respondents at all. And the one that I read was a good response. It wasn't like, I had no problem with it. There were some really good ideas there. So that's where I am.
Edward Jones. Well, unlike some, I don't have a crystal ball, and I'm not psychic, and I don't know what the community thinks or why the community didn't respond. But I do believe, I'm not going to say that our staff or this board has made a mistake in what we prepared to the public. Because may I remind all of us, all of us sitting here have been a part of the process that led us to what these RFPs now currently have been put forward to the community. It has been through the exhaustive community talk sessions. It has been through the open houses that we've had. It has been through, what was the people out of Miami, the Q&Q, people who came, and all of that has come to help us set forth our policies and then to come up with what we have described as the areas of concern. And that subsequently, out of those priorities, we were able to craft this. Now, in a competitive environment, of course, we want more than 2 responders. But we don't know what other activities potential respondents may very well be involved in. We don't know what the bandwidth is entirely of our human services community to have been responsive to this. All we have is what we have. And if we do choose to go again, then what it does give us a chance to do, as the superintendent has said, and as others of you have mentioned, if we were to go back and to retool this, to perhaps capture some of those areas of critical concern of interest that may not have been a part of the original document that we submitted in this ITN, and we choose to re-procure, is the word you chose, Ms. Green. Here now, we could perhaps, through the process that we now accept, because you remember, we were going to only route them through the Program Services Committee. We said that we wanted to now operate as a committee of the whole on the scopes of work on the ITNs. Here now, we collaboratively have opportunity to put something forward for the community that may have the type of heft, be responsive to the issues of concern that we've expressed, that we might be able to get those targeted populations that we said were our singular, or our most important priorities. But it gives us a chance now, if we were to re-procure, for us to get perhaps get an even vaster number of respondents, as well as being able to catch some of those areas that we have not yet responded to.
I don't think anything that's been said here is a point of criticism. I think it's just a learning process. I don't think
we say we made a mistake.
Well, it's a learning process. Right. I won't say it's a mistake, it's a learning process.
Commissioner Cummings, before I recognize you, Commissioner Cummings, I did want to ask you something, which is around the actual, some of the comments around the 0 to 3. And I know the information is, in the IT, if you will, as far as what the Family Resource Center are designed for, but are you able to speak to if the Family Resource Centers may have an impact, or is the intent to have an impact on that 0 to 3 and what capacity? Okay.
Well, the Family Resource Centers would have an impact pretty much from 0 all the way up, because they would start as a hub and programs would absolutely increase. In the ITN itself, some of the programming that was suggested include child development activities. So Mommy and Me groups, play and grow, birth classes, prenatal care, all of those things can be helped through the Family Resource Center, and partnering with organizations such as we saw at the last program services meeting, talking about prenatal and postnatal supports can also be done at the Family Resource Center itself. But in the ITN, we delineate the types of programming that we would want to see in any proposals. So parent education, child development activities, resources and referrals, drop-ins, peer-to-peer supports, life skills advocacy. So it really is a hub for just about anything, including birth to 3.
Okay. And I remember previously that there was a discussion where we had agreed where anything would be vetted through the Program Services Committee first. So I don't know, this was the same process for this as well. In that Program Services Committee process, is it safe to say, because I can't remember, that was discussed, that's how that landed in the IPN to make sure that our scopes were in there, or what can you?
Yes, so any procurement that has been issued went through 3 processes. It went through the Program Services Committee to approve the strategy itself. That strategy was brought back to the council. The council approved that strategy. We went back and developed the scopes of work for each one of the pieces in the strategy, brought that back to the Program Services Committee to tweak and make changes. And then we brought those scopes of work to the council. The scopes of work for the ITNs for family supports were provided at the March 23rd meeting. And so that would be for this ITN, for the RFP for family strengthening and parent education, as well as for youth mentors.
I recognize you, Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I believe the executive director said very succinctly what I wanted to remind the council of. And it's that each one of these invitations to negotiate RFPs, what have you, all of those came before this body. And we tweaked some, but we pretty much approved what was sent out for the public to respond to it. I just don't believe we should throw the baby out with the bathwater. We take responsibility for the ITN that was submitted to the public. We have entities that responded. We didn't get 10, we didn't get 20. We've got 2 that put a lot of time and effort in responding to what we advertised. And I just don't believe that we as a council should discard those responses because we find some problems or some issues in what we put out to the public. You know, there are issues and deficiencies, we can correct those, but I don't believe we should just reject the submissions, reject what has been submitted, especially when we have entities that receive what we generally consider a passing score, just because we didn't get 10 or 15 or even 5 responses. So I think that we need to be responsible for our own actions. We recognize when we let this ITN that these resource centers would concentrate on young people. We talked about the fact that it would zero in on families, bringing young children 0 to 3rd grade, 0 to 6 years old. We talked about that here in the council meeting. And I just believe that our staff is able to negotiate with the entities that submitted their proposals, bring it up to whatever we find deficiencies are, cure those and move forward and provide services for our children.
Mr.
That's
Chair,
what this is all about.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, what we're gonna take your comment, Darryl Jones, and then what I'd like for us to do is, if we have a motion, but I'd like to open it up for public comment, if we can get to that. Go ahead.
well, I think that Commissioner Cummings' point is well made. I think it's not either or, it can be both and. We accept the proposal that is already that's been submitted to us. There's still remaining monies in the budget. And under those remaining monies, we could potentially re-procure for the balance of the budget.
So let me ask do I need to entertain a motion before we go to public comment?
No, so technically, the motion on the floor is to accept, because you can't do a
Right,
negative
okay,
motion.
all right.
So it's to accept the recommendation. I think now we're okay to open up for public comment.
Okay.
At the limit, the 3-minute limit. And once that is concluded, this council can either keep that motion, substitute the motion,
Okay.
change the motion, amend the motion, the things that parliamentary procedure allows us to do.
But we can make a motion before we go to public comment, can't we?
Well, there's one on the floor.
We can
already.
make a substitute motion as she had done before. We just
You
said we
can.
would wait till we had full public comment. Until we had fully discussed it. And we're now at the point of public comment. It's the time for us to deal with substitute motions, correct?
You can either do it now, or you could wait until after public comment. I think it is. We traditionally, I will tell you what our process has been. Traditionally, we'll take public comment and then use that, I think you all as a council have used that to determine how you wanna either to change up the motion or go with the motion. you already
Let's
have.
go ahead and
But
listen to
you
public
can do it
comment.
either way.
Let's go ahead and listen to public comment. We'll. Jacinta, please.
First public comment, Dr. Fortenberry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
to Ms. Glenn, Dr. Glenn and Mr. Watts and members of the council, Ms. Green and your staff, to our pastor, Reverend Holmes. I'm Linda Fortenberry, Director of Christian Education and Development at Bethel Baptist Church, and the liaison for the church with the Bethel Empowerment Foundation. I have some prepared comments, but I have to, for the record, Mr. Watts, officially address the inaccuracies in the justification on your report, the council's report this afternoon, if I may. And one of my colleagues has given me an extra minute to do that off of his time, Mr. Simmons. Thank you, Greg. It is stated, and this is just thoroughly not true, and I don't have time. I just got this afternoon. It's the handouts, but you say Bethel's plan lacks plans for sustainability and only identifies one community partner. And just as an example, in section D, not only did we identify 4 community partners, but we have the pictures. And we have letters of support from 6 community partners who I'll identify later. It also says that the location of the community partner is not stated. Once again, that is an inaccurate statement, and we really need to officially have the record reflect that this justification given to you by the committee is inaccurate. We would be remiss not to do that. I could go on, but I haven't had time. This one about the mobile unit, the proposal does not clearly state if the mobile unit exists. I think the world, including Moscow, knows that Bethel purchased a medical mobile unit, and it's all around the state. And the director will speak to you. So, and the picture again, the justification is in the proposal, and I will send back to you, Mr. Chair, Madam Director, the page numbers that you can clearly see that what you say is not here is here, because in some way, Commissioner, that influences your thought processes on the qualifications. The other thing, the statistical analysis will show that there is some skewing in terms of the evaluation that I think any evaluator would look at and make comments to you in terms of validity and reliability. The recommendation to eliminate the 2 proposals, it did state reject all bids. We received a 2-sentence paragraph that said reject all bids and re-advertise. It is very disheartening, and we seek your further deliberation this afternoon. Our staff worked resolutely and intensively to follow the very intricate specifications. We expended an enormous amount of time and resources to develop an unprecedented partnership and vision that would impact marginalized communities in distress zip code. The 148-page document that you received was comprehensive, specific, and forthright in adhering to the prescribed specifications. And we sincerely believe that any unbiased, honest, and objective reading of our proposal would have resulted in a positive acceptance and appreciation of the high quality of services that we promise to deliver. If you noted, we have letters of support, not just support, but from people who we are in constant partnership with the many ministries of Bethel Baptist Church. I have 1 more minute. That's my extra.
That is their extra minute.
Thank y'all. Florida State, County Commissioner Proctor, Goodwill Industries, the Tallahassee Chamber of Commerce, former Commissioner Elaine Bryant, Big Bend Community Chamber, and the Appalachian Center, Dr. Reeves. The Casey Family Foundation some years ago heard about Bethel's family ministries. national foundation, and they captured our vision as a national model. This model has also been acclaimed by the 7.5 million member National Baptist USA Incorporated, where we have traveled across this nation working with faith-based organizations. Just look around, the Bethel Family Life Center, Christian Academy, the Bethel Towers, the Counseling Center, Carolina Oaks, the Bethel Medical Mobile Unit, and as we speak, our partnership right now with the Urgent Care Center. Our track record is clear, it's untarnished, results-driven, and success-oriented. We are capable and very highly qualified. Thank you for listening. And we ask that you consider that we follow the very complicated guidelines. We adhered to your stringent requirements. We documented our human, technical, financial, and conceptual capacity to further transform the lives of our families through these family resource centers. And most importantly, we believe and know that we will continue to make a difference. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Next public comment, Dr. Claudette Harrell.
Good afternoon. To Dr. Vanderbilt and Chair, to our Vice Chair, and to all of the members on the council, to Dr. Holmes, our pastor, and the entourage of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, and all of the participants. My name is Dr. Claudette Harrell, and I am the project manager at Bethel's Global Medical. In assisting in developing the response to this proposal, I want to focus on the part that deals with the hubs and the satellites. One of the things that we did, and I'm dovetailing what Dr. Porterfield just said, because we expended many, many hours, not only brainstorming, but trying to come up with a response that we believed would represent something very creative, something innovative as it relates to providing services to this community. And I know that we did, because in reviewing the proposal, that proposal, what we did was we tried to mimic what we're doing in terms of looking at the partners that already existed, that we had invested so much time in developing over years, and trying to use services that we now launch into the community. All different areas, including all of the zip codes that you include in that. And in terms of that, you ask certain questions in the proposal. And I don't think that we missed not one question that you asked us that we didn't respond. And we responded with a lot of comprehensiveness, a lot of thinking, a lot of brainstorming, to the point that we know that the response that we made actually represented not only the trust that this community has invested in the Missionary Baptist Church and credibility. So we know, we have proven that we can actually proficiently, effectively, and victoriously do this project with the resources that we already have, coupled with what Dr. Porterfield just mentioned in terms of the partners. If you add the partners that the mobile unit has already established, I'm telling you, we have really done a holistic job in responding to this proposal. So we ask that you consider this proposal, move it forward. Any area that you require clarification, we always have been able to provide responses to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Craig Simmons.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking from the perspective, my name is Craig Simmons, and I'm the Dean of Students at the Bethel Christian Academy, and also the co-director of the Bethel Family Life Center. I'm speaking from the aspect of a former educator, still an educator. I worked in the Leon County school system for 10 years at a Title I school, 5 years of experience teaching all male classes. So I have a unique perspective of that gives me a unique perspective of educating young men and the family challenges that affect marginalized communities, such as good education, decent housing, and safe community, adequate healthcare, including mental health and financial security, all of which are important if we are to transform lives. According to the Children's Services Council website, 38% of children are not ready for kindergarten, and according to the National Health Services, preschool age boys are more likely to have mental health disorders starting at age 3. At BCBA, we start BPK with 4-year-olds, so that the nurturing starts early in hopes of addressing issues with academic and behavior before or as soon as they are recognized. According to the National Health Services, between the ages of 6 and 11 is when boys start to suffer from depression, anxiety, and experience some form of behavior disorders. And I've witnessed those within the last few years, especially after COVID. And I suspect those numbers are higher if we focus on marginalized communities. BCBA is addressing the mental health of our students and families by partnering with mental health professionals who advise, counsel, and provide resources to students and parents so that both parents and students are aware of their actions and behaviors and how those actions affect young boys as they develop to young men. Lastly, according to the CSC website, 19.7 children are living in poverty, and 19.7% of children are living in poverty, and 11.6% of children live with food insecurity. The Bethel Empowerment Foundation, one of the goals is to connect families with community resources and organizations that address food insecurities. What are we doing on the campus? On campus, we partner with FAMU's College of Agriculture and Food Sciences, to create a garden project with the goal of teaching families about healthy lifestyle and sustainability. The Family Life Center also will facilitate family enrichment and parenting workshops to educate parents on how to talk with their children, help them with homework, and connect with neighborhood organizations such as sports, clubs, and recreation centers in hopes to curb juvenile crime and gun violence, which is plaguing our community. The Bethel Empowerment Foundation is also building housing communities. And this is very important. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with parents revolving around student behaviors, attendance, those types of things, because of the lack of affordable housing. They're moving from place to place. They're going from school to school, these types of things. So the CHC's financial assistance with these matters greatly improve the Bethel Family Life Center's ability to reach those who only need a hand up to reach the American dream. I want to thank the committee for your time and your consideration.
Thanks so much. Thank you. We have any more?
Reverend Dr. R.B. Holmes.
Please feel like Dr. Birdie.
She don't have.
You want, you don't feel like your car. You don't really feel like that. I remember. You gotta feel the car.
We can fill it out.
Just an answer.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Okay, good evening to the council. To you today. Thank you for allowing us to speak with you today. My name is Dr. Bernie. I'm a licensed psychologist. And one of the things that we see and that we know is happening in our society today is there is a increase in mental health conditions with children and families. I have listened to each of you that have spoken today, and we are in a triage situation whereby children are needing assistance, whether they're 0 to 99. There is a need to move forward with providing family resource help for children and families. mental health is at the center of most of the crime and violence that we're seeing in our society today. And to ignore that or to delay that is problematic. One of the things that I do know as a psychologist is if there is an error in a system, we negotiate that process in order to improve the process in order to keep it moving forward. But as it relates to mental health, I don't think that is something that we can wait on. We are 2 months out from school starting again. And having systems in place to continue to move forward to assist those families, I think is crucial. I think it's necessary. And I'm hoping that is something that you will consider in making your final recommendation today. Most of the zip codes that you've asked us to look at, 32301, 3, 4, 5, 10, and so on and so forth, those are impoverished areas. And out of those areas are what sits in the middle of those areas is conditional mental health. That does not start with the parent. Children come to school with those mental health problems. And so while parents bring children to school, children bring their parents to school with the mental health issues and conditions that run in those families. And so to ignore that and to delay that process, I think really is a tragedy. And I'm hoping that this committee will make a better decision and moving forward with funding these projects, because these are conditions that need to move forward. These are services that need to move forward in order to help these children and families. The work that Bethel is doing is not new. Funding that we could receive would only help promote the work that this foundation is doing. In 1986, I was afforded the opportunity to work with a project that the church was doing in 1986 in Joe Louis, which is in 30304 area code. At that time, we provided anger control training for children. We tutored them, and we did all kinds of work in order to enhance the lives of children in that community. That was in 1986. That was part of the 2010 vision. We're in 2020, now we're in 2030. And so the work that we're doing is a continuation of the vision of what we're trying to offer to families within the community. And so to say that we missed parts of your ITN, Dr. Fortney Berry did an excellent job in demonstrating that information actually was in our proposal. So I'm hoping that you will restore that proposal and then that you will be able to grant the funding that will help promote the work that Bethel is trying to do in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, Mr. Taylor Norris Farmer.
Oh, Dr.
I'm not.
Taller
Madam Executive Director, Madam Chairperson, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Watts, and to this Children's Service Council. I feel like recusing myself today. I think when you talk about a community and a church that has always strived to be on the cutting edge of reaching, saving, you said, Mr. Superintendent, babies before they get here. We've done that before the Children's Service Council, and we do it before and after. When this community needs us to stand up, we stand up with our own money, our own resources. I'm glad Dr. Fortenberry dealt with the misinformation about Bethel Medical Mobile Unit. We did that, we purchased our own dollars in the midst of a devastating pandemic, COVID-19. As a Black church, we said, what should we do to encourage our people to take the vaccine. Governor Sanders, Assistant Secretary, Department of Health, at the service announcement to the community today. We have a Bethel mental health, not mental health, but a Bethel mobile unit. A school board member, when you panel on pastors, you became a school board member to work in with Title I schools. We stepped up and we sent buses, vans, pick up kids in Title I schools, after school program. We put close to $200,000 in that program, hiring young people, taking care of young people, identifying those homes where there's a kid 3 years old, 4 years old, no dental care, no health care, and make sure we help them without asking anyone for a penny. We can do this work. Mark, when I came to you and your board, I said, listen, we need an urgent care in the heart of Frenchtown. We have the property, we'll sell it to you. We're not gonna make what we need to make on it because we need to really say to Frenchtown and surrounding area, we care. What is remarkable is when groups step up that have the credibility, sir. You mentioned of empowerment. When you get a letter from the president of the Capital City Bank to talk about the 50 millions of dollars that we appropriated in this community over the last 30 years, and no grants, tithes and offering, people standing up for this community because we care. I don't pastor a group of people that just talk about it. We do it. And the good news is, even if you do not approve this grant, we're gonna do the work. We're gonna do the work. We're gonna do it in God's name. And we're gonna continue to help save our boys and girls. I'm going to Pensacola Street in a few minutes. Where 2 young Black boys were shot, 16, 21. I'm going there because we said we're gonna respond to this crime and call the community to act. Because what you told us to do with all boys in the after-school program, we now have 125 Black boys enrolled in an after-school program. Thank you for giving us $75,000. But the program costs much more than that, and we're gonna do it. Now, I'm a Baptist preacher, I'm gonna take my seat. Well, we're gonna do that. Why? And what's happening, Mr. Sister, when you see 125 Black boys that the school system, thank you for your good leadership, said one was 7 years old. The grandmama said he's violent, we can't control it. He came to this Bethel Academy, learned how to say, I am somebody, respect yourself, and he's now the role model. At 7 years old. That grandmama said they couldn't help my boy. That's why we have the mental health piece. So do what you need to do, but we're gonna do what we got to do. We're going to make sure we do our level best to take care of who we said we're gonna take care of, and that is those in the marginalized community. So you're talking about a Bethel Family Life Resource Center. What national standards are you talking about? If the national standard was so good, we wouldn't have the problem we have now in these communities. We built the Bethel Family Life Center 20 years ago, before anybody thought about a resource center. So let me thank you for what you're doing, but trust me, we're gonna do our work. And I don't wanna do this, folk big and reverend, if you don't do it, nobody's gonna do it. There's a reason why 2 people responded. And don't use us, y'all know you're not doing this, as sacrificial lamb because we responded. That's not fair. People smart in this community. They can read better than I can read. There's a reason why they didn't respond. So we took the beating today, not a beating, but we don't want to become the force where you beat up on because maybe we didn't have our acts together. So thank you. My time is up.
Thank you so much. We have any other?
Mr. Barber.
Taylor Nurse Barber, I'm gonna skip all the formalities. Kind. This body, and I come to most of your meetings, I think I may have missed one. You talked about a focus on early learning, and you've done that work. You did that work in the summer procurement last year, you did that work in the summer procurement this year. And what you're doing now with the Family Support Center embodies all of those things that you say that you want to do, and it includes early learning. This was an invitation to negotiate, and we are handling it much like an RFP. We had 2 respondents. One scored low and one scored within, above the threshold for scoring that you've established as a precedent for this body. Because for each prior procurement, you came in at something near 70. And Mr. Mitchell, for those proposals that scored higher than 70 in the 80s, they didn't necessarily get the top dollars. Some of those folks who scored in the 70s got more money than the people who scored in the 70s or 80s. That's a score 7 above the threshold. And that proposal should really go forward in this invitation to negotiate. The report said that the committee's decision was unanimous. That's an error because I was on the committee and I know I argued strongly for this proposal, for Bethel's proposal. And so, and I voted to move it forward. So I know that it was not unanimous. Proposal was a great proposal. It wasn't good as you may want it to be. I wasn't as good as probably the people who wrote it wanted to be. They could have done better, but they were working with limited time to get this proposal in. So I strongly encourage you to move this proposal, move the Bethel proposal forward and negotiate with them to include all the things that is not in the proposal. It's an invitation to negotiate. Negotiate. Get what you want. Let them do the work. They're capable. Thank you.
Last public comment, Mr. Neil Skeen.
Well, I don't have a dog in this fight. Not involved in this in any way. I've just been sitting here listening. But I can't help the feeling that moving forward with this proposal is a mistake for this council. You're going to be surprised to hear this, but I think I agree with everything Mr. Mitchell just said. Not with everything he's always said, but with everything he said about this debate. He and I talked a lot, and I think we're both tightwads, and I think we share a view that investment in children is needed. It needs to be carefully spent. It needs to be on something we know as best we can know these things will make a difference. Reverend Holmes is gone. I have a great deal of respect for what Bethel has done in this community, what he's done in his leadership of it. And if anything, that has actually been increased today, remarks he made, because it's so typical of Bethel to just move forward regardless of what this council does. But this, Commissioner Cummings, I'm grateful for the repetition of my comment. The kids can't wait. I just think that this is not going to be good for the council to move forward with something that I think is badly conceived. I think it is a mistake. I think we learn from our mistakes because of how people respond. 2 responses, neither of which is really what I would have conceived out of this project, says this needs more work. And, I've invested things. I've invested as a CEO $1 million and had to shut it down because of a bad idea. I just feel like this is one that needs more work. And it's not going to inure to the council's benefit or even to Bethel's. Just moving forward on its current circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for the public comments. And so, we will, yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair. One, I'd like to, first off of that, I've listened to the public comment, and I've also listened to the comments coming from my colleagues. I took umbrage, Council Member Cummings, with your recommendation that we would negotiate with both for the reasons that I cited. One had a passing grade and the other did not. And I wanted to make certain that as we were looking at the numbers, that was the standard, and our directors told us that the budget for the entire RFP is $4 million, correct? Over 26 months. And here we have a proposal already in hand. And so what I would like for us to consider, and if you're willing to take a motion at this time, is that we would negotiate with the one vendor that scored the 71, and that we would offer to, and then we at the same time would re-procure for the remainder of the budget.
A substitute motion.
Yes, substitute motion.
I second.
Well, wait, excuse me, there's a
Yeah.
motion and a second, and I'm sticking with my motion. I'm okay with it going down. But there's a motion and a second, and I think and then if the vote goes down.
That's not about the instructions that we accepted before. I mean, remember when she offered it,
Right,
you said we could come back, but you didn't want to have a full discussion before we dealt with substitute motion.
Right, well, that's fine. I'm telling you, my motion is going with the committee's recommendation. And I'm okay with it going down. Okay. I mean, I think.
A reason I made a substitute motion because you were open to her.
Right.
That's why I felt comfortable in making it.
So, Mr. Chair, I believe parliamentary procedure is a substitute motion can substitute
the principal motion.
Original motion.
Right. If it's, but look, it's fine. You know what? I'll withdraw my motion. I intend to vote no.
You can't.
It's fine. I'll withdraw my original motion. And Mr. O'Brien, if you don't mind withdrawing the second, and we'll let Mr. Jones's motion be the motion that's on the table. I'm okay with it.
Okay.
It's not his decision to make.
It's my motion.
That is his motion.
It's my motion. I certainly understand how it's rolled.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
I will withdraw my motion.
Okay, wait, hold on. I just want to make sure we've got parliamentary procedure correct. So in order for us to go into the discussion, Mr. Mitchell moved for acceptance of the recommendation. Mr. Jones seconded. That's what allowed us to have the discussion. And so now, what Mr. Mitchell is saying, he's going to withdraw that motion.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm happy to withdraw.
Okay, so he's withdrawn that motion, which opens it up for a new motion.
Okay. Okay, one second. Can you actually repeat though, and make sure I have an understanding of what it is?
So this is now the principal motion.
Yes.
My motion is that we would negotiate with the qualified respondent who scored a 70 or better, and that we would re-procure the remaining money allocated in that budget category for that RFP.
So I need to give a point of clarification, only because the ITN specified that we would select one entity to develop the Family Resource Center. So if we move forward to negotiate and that negotiation comes out positive, I want to make sure I'm understanding. You're saying then we would go out and get a second provider?
Our intent was to get one provider.
Right, we were only going to get one provider.
Okay.
So I have a question and I have a comment, and I'm gonna, who seconded, Mr. Mitchell? Was it?
It was me.
Okay, right. So he's withdrawn his motion.
I think we both did about the same.
Okay. So now we have a substitute motion to engage with, the Bethel group.
It's a primary motion. It's not a substitute.
Yeah. Okay, now it's well, primary motion. So let me, again, I go back to, and I'm trying to find a compromise in my mind and how I can get us back to where I wanted to be all along at 0 to 3. Because it's gonna take some help, and it's gonna take a mobile unit, and it's gonna take people boots on the ground, reaching out to these and partnering with TMH and whoever else we bring along with us to get to these new mothers. And so if we were to enter into a negotiation with Bethel, we negotiate the terms of the contract and then the dollar amount, right? All of it brought into one package. Okay, so in my mind, I could see myself supporting this proposal or then negotiating, bringing the focus back to where I thought the group wanted it, asking them to partner with us in reaching out to those expectant mothers, new mothers, home visits, all of the things that I envisioned that we're not going to be able to do alone, and we're bring partners with us. I can kind of envision supporting, I would support something like that. Maybe not to 2 point whatever $1 million, but to a certain amount to help in that effort.
Go ahead. My turn. Okay, I go back to my original question was how much was in the budget? We're not talking about reducing that amount, right? Or that specific category.
Correct.
Okay, we're running over
But I
2.6.
guess it depends on where you land.
I also go back to my prior comment is I think there's value in following the process. As we talked about this one specific area, we talked about ideally we want to have one vendor to coordinate this. This is where we get back to the conversation. Best bang for the buck. Let's put it all in one place where we can get the biggest weight. Neither proposal does that. I'm in favor of going back out for an expedited process, engaging with the parties or even the party. I wouldn't call it negotiation as much as engagement, and redefine the proposal to cover trying to get that all done. Otherwise, we're going to go back out. We're going to only do 2.6, leave money out there. We're going to split it all up. We don't even know if we're going to get the rest of it out there and go through the process. My position is let's go through the process that we'd set forward. Chalk this up as a learning experience. This is our first time out of the gate. Let's follow the process, but let's make sure we get the dollars where they need to go and make sure that the proposal looks like it should look. But let's don't leave dollars on the table where they need to be spent judiciously. So let's get it right. That's my position. Not a good passing score. I mean, why aren't we following the process? And why aren't we putting the dollars where the dollars need to go?
So
That's what I mean. I don't understand what we're doing. But we're trying to expedite the process and we're making it more difficult for us. Because now we're going to go out there and solicit somebody to try to fill in the gap where there's nobody out there already other than a group that got 44. And I don't think that's where you start.
Go ahead, Secret.
Yes, Ms. Watt, just real fast. I believe Mr. Jones' motion would allow us to do what Mr. O'Brien is actually saying. We are asking the council to allow staff to go into negotiations with the one entity that was responsive. It had a reasonable, passing score. So all the concerns about the budget, the concerns about whether or not we're addressing 0 to 3, whether we are addressing the family support, whether we are addressing mental health for our children. I think that would be all part of the negotiation with that entity. Now, I'm not sure, Madam Executive Director, I'd like to hear you weigh in on that, but I think it's open for negotiation. If those aspects was in that ITN, I think we can hone in on this particular entity, refine it like we want. We can look at the budget numbers, but we're not delaying service for our children. We go back out, even on a bifurcated ITN, it's still delayed. And I know it's gonna take a certain amount of time to even get this resource center up to par. But I believe everything that we want as a council in this contract can be brought forth during the negotiations. Is that what you all would you envision being able to do that?
I want to answer your question, but if it's okay, I'd like for Mr. Jones to weigh in, and then I'll try to explain what would happen if that motion were to pass.
Well, the mistake that I have made is that I was unaware until it's been mobilized at the meeting that this was not a simple RFP and that it was an ITN. And it being an ITN, like much like the superintendent has described and others, it provides us with the flexibility to ultimately get what we want. It's not just what they have responded to, but what they have responded to, what they have provided us, that serves as a base, a foundation for us to ultimately negotiate that what we ultimately want to the satisfaction of both parties, both the vendor can provide. And I mean, and there's the reality is this, and I'm bold enough to say so. The cachet of the Bethel Baptist Church is peerless. And when we talk about the opportunity for us to negotiate, not just respond to an RFP, the cachet of the Bethel Baptist Church is peerless in terms of meeting the needs of families. They have done so with great excellence and with great success for as long as I've been in this town, and I've been here 35 years. And in fact, when I first came to town, the first church I joined was Bethel Baptist Church. And for many of you sitting on this board, and then I went to Bethel A&B because I saw the light.
Was a train.
But I think knowing that it's an ITN compared to an RFP, I think was well conceived by us. Because as a procurement professional, RFP is rather, it's what you put in there. That's it. And you hold them accountable to those deliverables. With an ITN, it puts us in the best posture possible with the vendor that we would select, because then we can ultimately get what we want. And we also know that the Bethel Baptist Church, in all of its different names, Atomic Foundation, Academies, Steel Collins, they also have the heft to be able to be responsive in all the areas in which we would want our families to be served. And this will be the last thing I say. When we talked about coming up with this family center concept, we realized that there were not a number of communities where that already existed. We thought this would be a boon to our community because we knew that it would have impact. We talked about the targeted areas, we talked about the central impact, where this family resource center would have impact. And we wanted someone who would be able to be flexible and nimble enough to be able to meet the needs of all of those varied constituencies across the width and expanse of our community. Well, again, this goes back to the cachet found in the Bethel Baptist Church. They are already having that type of impact and being able to meet the needs of families across the width and breadth of all of those census tracts. So I think here now if we were to accept this proposal and move forward to negotiate with them, I think it puts us in the best posture to work with the best qualified, the best equipped, one of the best equipped organizations in our community to get the job done.
Thank you. Go ahead, CK, you want to address.
So just a couple things. So number one, I just want to make sure that for the record, it's very clear that my opinions regarding these applications were not taken into consideration. Because there is some thought out there that I was the one that made decisions. I didn't make any decisions on anything other than issuing the procurement. And those applications were sent to the evaluation committee for the evaluation committee to bring back what's here in front of you. So that's the first thing I think I would be remiss if I did not say. Number two, regarding the comments that are here, those comments are by each evaluator. They are not comments from the staff. They are not anything that we put in this score sheet. Those came from the evaluators themselves. Number three, I think it would be very good for people to go back and look at the actual recorded session. It's about an hour and a half of the evaluation team. And I think they talked very clearly about why they came to the decision that is here in front of you. I am going to do whatever this council decides, and I'm gonna do it with zeal and zest and energy like I always do. But there were certain things that they said there that I think are important to just put out on the record. Number one, they didn't disparage either one of the applications. They brought up things that they saw as possible weaknesses or things that did not directly respond to the ITN. And I believe one of their quotes was, we just felt like it would be too much for the negotiation team to try to bring either one of these up to best and last, which is what that negotiation does. And so they came to that recommendation, which my team did not influence in any way. And that's what was brought before you. At this point, if in fact you choose to approve the motion that is on the table, then that applicant will go to the negotiation team, which again, staff supports, but does not do. Mr. Watts would move on to the negotiation team, which is the practice of this council. And we have 3 other separate people that have volunteered to work on that negotiation, taking the information from the evaluation team, all of their comments, all of the things that they believe would need to happen to bring an application up, giving that over to the negotiation team, having closed session with whichever applicant moves forward. And we will very candidly talk about where the deficiencies are, where the things may not have been addressed, where some financials were met, all of those things. And then we will ask the applicant to bring back the best and final. That could come to additional monies because we have $4 million available. It could talk about specific services in addition to what we put in the ITN. And I think it's also important to understand that this FRC, if approved, is a building block. So you start with certain services, and as the blocks get added, more and more services get added. And the idea was to have it in the center of those zip codes so that it truly is a hub that is dedicated specifically to the things that are done in that facility. So with that, I hope that I've provided some clarity that allows this council to make a decision on the motion that is put before you.
So yes, I know we have 2 comments, but I want to know if we have the ability to actually move forward with a vote on the motion, or
I need to,
Okay.
I don't, if I may.
okay.
Because when school board meetings, I make recommendations to the school board, and I'm not sure if you answered Member Cummings' question or not, to be honest with you, but in school board meetings, I make recommendations to the board. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm going to put you on the spot. And because I think you're the executive director of this organization. And you have to make tough decisions like I have to make tough decisions, and no one is more embedded and involved in this process than you are. What would you recommend?
If I can use a little bit of history. The very first time this council was making decisions on applications was last summer. The recommendation that I put forward was not accepted and something else was done. The second time this council did that was for this summer. The recommendation that I put forward was not followed. Fine, it's absolutely fine. To Mr. Barber's point, this council has made a practice of making 70% the threshold. With that, I am totally okay with moving into negotiations with the applicant that scored 70 or higher. But I caution this council in a couple of ways. Number one, we have to raise the bar. We have to incrementally make our providers understand that we are better than Cs. We are better than Cs. We want to eventually get to Bs and get to As. So that's number one. Number two, I think that our retreat that we will have in August will allow us to do just what I believe you want us to do, Councilmember Hannah. And that is, we've gone broad, we've had some applications, now it's time to come back in and focus. And look at those priority areas you picked, look at what we've already done, look at our spending plan, and make sure that we are laser focused. I do not disagree with whoever it was that came up and talked about that. So that being said, do I believe we can negotiate with our 70% or higher? I believe we absolutely can, as long as we are all open and we have the ability to be candid about what we're trying to get, and they have the ability to be very honest about the work that we need them to do, and the accountability. And one more thing, and hopefully I don't get fired for saying this. We had, with every RFP, every RFA, every ITN, we have an informational session where we invite everybody who might even think they're interested to come on. We go through the ITN from the beginning to the end. We go through the scoring rubrics. We answer any questions that they might have. We had about 10 different organizations on that informational session. So we fully expected that we would get more than 2, but we got 2 and we moved them forward and they scored the way that they scored. So I have been asked, Sika, why do you think we only got 2? And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the reason why is because in our community, and it's not a bad thing, but in our community, we are used to funding what people do. So this is what I do. This is what my organization does. We got people off drugs. We got moms that are doing this. It's not necessarily data. It's funding the anecdote. It's funding the good stories. That is what development does. Development and fundraising funds the good stories. The council, the city, the county, even foundations are funding outcomes, not the number of people you serve, but the number of people that come out on the other side and they are better. And we know that that is incremental. I think that that is a paradigm shift for our community. And so when you look at an ITN, which for the record, I think was very thorough, Mr. Mitchell, I know nothing is perfect and God knows I'm not perfect, but I do think it was thorough and I think it was fairly clear about what we wanted. But when you are asking people to use a data system they've never used before, to be accountable down to every dime, to understand that we are going to hold you to this money, this taxpayer money that these people have stood up and begged us not to increase the taxes, that is scary. That's scary because that's not necessarily how we have operated. So with all of that, I do think that the negotiation can happen. I think that we both come to the table with what we're trying to get. We go back and forth, we get that best and final. And if the negotiation team says, yep, I think this is a good idea, we move forward and do it. And that is why we have contracts, we have outcomes, we have reporting, we have all of that. So I don't know if that answers your question. And I may have gone too far, but I am passionate about this. And I do understand my property taxes go up just like everybody else's. You know, it's not like we sit here and our taxes aren't going up either. But I know that services can't wait. And we have to We have to be the impetus to change the paradigm. And I promise you, before I leave this council, we are going to have a community that understands we cannot just fund referrals. We can't fund, I saw this many people. We have to fund the outcomes. And so that's the work that goes into this. I'm sorry if I took too long.
Okay. And
One of the questions I had is if we go with the motion that's on the table, which is a move toward negotiations, then it's best and final offer, I guess, if it's not up to what you think is not consistent with the IT, I guess we still could reject all. Is that an option there?
Well, you would only be, you would basically say negotiations have brought down and everything stops. For the other applicant,
Not reject all, but reject.
yeah, if you move forward, then the other applicant is notified that they were not chosen to move forward. But I will tell you, Judge Miller, if you vote to move it forward, the negotiation team and staff are going to work very hard to get to a place where we move forward. Because we don't want to move forward and then there's a thought, oh, we're gonna sabotage it, or oh, we're not gonna do. No, we're gonna have real conversations to make sure that we're where we need to be, or as close as we can be. It's gonna be a learning. This is new for all of us, so.
The reason I asked that question is because if at the end of the day, move, the applicant forward, and then still at the end of the day don't have the product that we want, then we would have built in further delay versus scrapping it, rejecting all, and then trying to get it right.
So may I say one more thing?
yes,
What is that saying? Our fear, you can't be afraid to make mistakes. Like we're not gonna always get it right, like the first time. And so what I don't want this council to do is just not make it, we just not gonna make any decisions, or we're gonna do them so small that we don't even get out there and try. So that is why you have the contract and there's reporting. And at the first year, we go through and look at things and see if it works. And I think at the very beginning, this council understood that you might get into one and realize, you know what, this isn't working the way we thought. We scrap it and go to the next thing.
right here, and then we're gonna.
Okay, well, I think,
Sorry.
all right. I go back to, we looked at through the Program Services Committee, through this whole commission, we looked at how we're going to spend the money. And one of the things that we felt that was really going to potentially move the dial was to have family resource centers that would be going to provide a level of support for people who could gain resources to help develop their children, create more stability, et cetera. This was partially the 0 to 5 because you're giving resources to the family. We put $4 million aside. I think that number wasn't just out of the air. I think it was a smart, judicious amount over that period. I want to make sure those dollars are being spent. I don't think that this is one of these issues. I want the money to get out there, but at the same time, I want us to be smart about getting the money out there and not feel like we're rushed and we make something stupid. Now, I'm not talking about delaying it forever, et cetera. But we need a process, and we need a process that makes sense that we approve. Now, what I would say is, my opinion is we had a really bad one and we have one that's okay. Good. I don't think we should go back and waste time with a bad 40 some odd score. That is not a good score. On the negotiation side, as much as I like the ITN process, I will say this much, because I don't think there's any other group that's really capable of doing what we're doing except the group that really we're talking about. What I would say is that if we're going to talk about negotiations, let's do it at least where we feel good about what we're getting. I would say, go back, negotiate, let us then bring it back to this group for final approval, but let us score it on the same criteria and see what that score is. And if it's not what we think it is, let's go back out and do it again. Because I think we've got to feel good about how those dollars are being spent. About whether or not we're checking all the boxes. But let this be the scoring group. And if we don't get up in the 80s, because I agree, I don't think a 71, or even if you take a lowest score, 70 something great score, it's good. It's better than a 40. But I think what we're looking at is something that's closer to the mark. And I think whether we do it through an ITN process or a negotiation process, okay, but we need to score something that's closer to what we feel is appropriate. And it's going to move the dial and not just be something to get money out there quickly, and we're going to miss a bunch of boxes that need to be checked.
Can I just quickly?
Sure.
So just to assure you, when it goes to the negotiation team, it's done in blocks. So that it's very clear what we want versus what they're able to do. And then they come back with the best and final. I do need to just check with procurement. I'll check with Fred Springer at DMO to see if there is a quote scoring.
We'll bring it back for evaluations group. I don't think we should approve it based on negotiations. I think we need to take a look at it.
So you're basically
final
saying, so what with the negotiation?
But it'll come back for vote.
You're
Yeah, it has to go back. there.
You're negotiating, basically, you're negotiating all the things that were not in the ITN.
Right,
That we want in the ITN.
so that's what we do. So what you're suggesting, we would do anyway.
And then we would come
That's
back
what
and
we're
then we
doing.
would score it as a group and determine whether or not it meets the marker.
Score or vote? Vote on one thing.
But I would score on it first and then we could vote on it. I mean, I think we're trying to get to something that really addresses as much as we possibly can address. Or we feel like we're.
And so if we're gonna score, we need some objective criteria. So that could be the next step.
The same group, the same.
Why don't we?
I use the same criteria that the group used.
I have
I don't
concerns.
think that's part of
I
the
have
vote.
concerns. I don't think.
Well, it's not part of the motion. I'm not saying it's part of the motion. I'm throwing that out there as a concept.
Okay,
I think we need to score it. I think we need to score a revised or a negotiated agreement. I want to make sure all the dollars are out there, but as the dollars get spent, they're being spent smartly, and then we're checking all the boxes.
Mr. O'Brien, I just want to for the group's sake, right now we have one possible.
I know, I'm not, I'm.
No, it's okay. I'm just asking a follow-up to your statement. So I know right now we have one.
I'm not making this a motion.
Right, but we have one possible motion on the, but what you're proposing is if that were to move forward to a negotiation, the result from that, this group then would score all of us council members.
so let me say
Go ahead.
this.
All right.
If we can act on the motion.
Okay.
And then staff can go back and talk with council on how we can incorporate what it is you want to do. Because we've noticed it a certain way, and I just want to make sure we don't get, Chris couldn't be with us today. I just want to make sure we don't get into any legal space, but I understand exactly what you're asking, Mr. O'Brien, and I will make sure that there's a way to incorporate that.
Okay, actually, I think Mr. Mitchell was first and then Judge Fielding.
Okay, the issue of the scoring. 71 or 76, it's a 71. Reality is that every single procurement that we put out has outliers, and that's the reality, and we accept it. The outliers could have turned a program that ended up in the funding, and I can think of one in particular, out of the funding. So we have to accept the process that we've established. At the same time, so a 71 is what the one respondent that we're talking about received. Period. That's what they got. The point that Mr. Barber that I was making in terms of programs that made it into the funding that were at the 70% level. Mr. Barber here was not necessarily who gets the most. It's just we wanted to get programs out in the summertime, and so we let the bar drop to 70%. I think that Ms. Green has a great point that she's making. we have to do better. One, I don't think we should telegraph to the community what we see as a passing score. And passing, to me, is certainly not 71%. Here's the real critical point. When you're talking about 71% with 30% of your money, 30% of your money at 71, I don't think it's the right way of doing it. And I don't blame the respondent. And whether I call it a mistake, I make so many mistakes, Mr. Jones, that I guess I get used to it. So I may be making a mistake here tonight, but I really believe that the best way of doing this is not to enter into a negotiation on a proposal that didn't hit the mark in terms of an evaluation committee. I don't know what the evaluation committee was thinking. I certainly know Mr. Barber was part of it, and I know what he was thinking. He really liked it. So I think we go with the process, and it's okay if we want to enter into negotiations. Having said that, I have the superintendent said he hates putting you on the spot, but he's going to do so. And you gave a long answer. I think you answered his question, but I'm going to be a little more direct. Is the response fully what you expected when you put procurement out on the street? You personally? Yeah, just yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, so with that, we do have a motion by Mr. Darrell Jones. And I have this correct, your motion, Mr. Jones, that we move forward, negotiate with Bethel. At Bethel, and that we procure the remainder.
I apologize. That was my mistake in that I did not realize it was an ITN compared to an RFP and that there was only be a sole vendor.
Okay. Right, so.
Well, then you need to change your motion.
My motion would be that we would negotiate with the principal respondent.
Okay, all right.
And I second it.
And I was second, okay, so Jacinta?
Judge Miller,
No.
Mr. O'Brien,
No, based upon the limitations of the
Mr.
Motion.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Hannah,
No.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
No.
Mr. White.
No.
Doesn't-
Okay, so with that, we have.
I have a motion, and I hope this gets us to a point where the folks at Bethel and others can come forward. I would like to start the procurement from scratch. I would like to start the procurement from scratch with first Ms. Green and the staff of CSC going first to Bethel and asking them, hey, you read our ITN, kind of having an engaging in conversation with them, opening it. But by the way, there is no cone of silence at that point. Everyone in this room who has hesitated for picking up the phone and calling, have at it. Tell us how to make it better. And let's do it in an expedited fashion, because to Commissioner Cummings' point, and really to Mr. Skeen's point, see, we really are on the same page. The kids can't. And I want the folks of Bethel who came here to understand something. I did read this. I appreciated the fact that I had it and I read it and I thought it was responsive. I just think it needs to be more. And so my motion is that we scrap it, we all together, we reject all, we start the procurement over again, and we spend the money. We come up with a better way of describing what we want, how we want it, and affording them a budget. Does that make sense, Sika?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, would you, if it passed, would you understand?
I don't think that we can just talk with Bethel.
Yeah,
though.
we
I
can't.
think we would have to open it up and go back and do another listening session or something.
Okay.
And invite anyone who wants to.
Maybe
come.
before I make the motion, let me ask you a quick question then. Because I really did, I was moved by what you said. I want you to get what you want because I actually believe it's gonna make a difference. So how do you find the people who can help you craft something that gets responses that do get you to the point of yes, to my question?
We've done listening sessions, we've done provider forums, we've been out in the community to talk about what it is we're trying to get. We could do that again.
Is there a national model that we're missing?
Yes. Well, that's where we got all this information from. So we're a part of the national network of family resource centers. And so when we put the best practices in here, it came from that. It came from looking at the FRCs in the state. Our sister CSC runs 7 in Hillsborough County. And so we looked at that. We looked at Alachua County. So I'm not really sure how.
Are you able to? So I would like to
make more people
reject all in an expedited fashion. Get you out there again, listening, asking for, seeking guidance, listening, and then putting a procurement out on the street. And this is going to, I'm a big believer that one member of the council should sit on the evaluation committee. In this case, because this is so important, because this is 35% of our budget, I would like the council to be the evaluation committee and look at the proposals and score them.
Is that the motion?
That is.
Expedited the council services and procurement committee.
So it skips, that helps expedite it as well. It skips an evaluation committee having to look at it and then us having to, consider it.
And then just one other thing, if I can.
Yes, sir.
And that we are looking really towards one provider of this service.
Period.
At the end of the day.
Yes.
One.
Sole source, that's good.
That's in your motion?
Yes.
Well, not sole source.
Did you say sole?
No, I'm sorry, right. It is
like
provided
this
to
one.
one provider.
Be looking
I'll
for
make
one.
that motion.
Well, here.
I'll second the
Yes.
Sorry, I'll second it.
And before accepting my action, just one follow-up.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, on your motion. Are you able to define expedited?
Well, that would be this.
Yeah, we'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, but here we are, we're at the end of June. I would love it if something was out back on the street in fewer than 60 days.
Oh my gosh.
Like I said,
What's the time frame?
Well, I'm gonna pull up, so we did a little forward thinking. And did a timeline, although now I don't know how to get to it. A timeline for either way, if you guys accepted or didn't, so let me find, there it is. Okay. So here is a timeline that would be feasible. I'm sorry, y'all, give me 1 second. Okay. So this would be the timeline going back out. So, right here. So you rejected on the 26th. No, I'm sorry. This is the one. Okay. So this now goes to the 26th where it says the 15th. We were going to re-release because when you reject and re-advertise, you're just re-advertising the same proposal. So now we would be going back out and doing listening sessions. So we could try to augment this timeline here. And try to,
We're not doing the same.
no, I'm saying this was, we would augment this one, and so what you see over here. We would change all of that up to incorporate some sort of listening session, whatever we call it, to bring those people together. But this one had us going to contract September 19th. So October 19th, we can try to retool it so that we're back to an intent to award in October. You'd approve the contract in November, and we could have a January 1 contract start date.
So as soon as we could bring something back to this committee,
Would
or
be,
the procurement committee would be.
if you all are gonna procure it, it would be. September, maybe?
Right, so we would miss July and August. We would be delayed. So that's 60 days. If we gave you 30 days to do a listening session or two, and then take whatever listening that came out of that listening session, put it in, maybe not into a new ITN that was on the street within 30 days after. That delays where we are by 60 days from today. And all of the, because we are skipping all of the committee
Right.
process.
So basically what we would do is we would take all of July and August, because we're not meeting in August, we're doing the retreat in August. We could take all of July to do the listening session and get a procurement back on the street.
Could we not set aside a part of the time in August at our retreat to do it?
We could, but we need to give them time to give us a good quality. And remember, when we built this, we built it so that they had a good 6 weeks to give us a proposal. So now we're talking about expedited, so you're reducing the time.
But they're building off of at least the base.
Maybe not, because now we're welcoming anybody in. So,
But instead of my question is, instead of a listening session, wouldn't we just have mandatory pre-bid meeting for all potential respondents? The idea.
I would love, well, we did that last time.
That's what I'm saying, but I don't know that we, but I just want to get our terms right. Listen.
So we could release a draft ITN and have a public meeting where people can come and
All the
comment on
potential
it.
respondents, right?
All potential respondents,
Can come, right? So that we would know, we would gauge the temperature, have any questions regarding the ITN, right? I don't know if there's a listening session that is required, because we've had that. The community has already weighed in. What we want to do is make certain that our potential respondents understand the ITN. That would be my suggestion. We're talking about expedited. I don't know what other conversations do we hope to have?
So can I say we did that with this one too? I mean, we had 10, almost 12 different organizations on.
Did the
answer
two that
questions.
responded attend?
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
yes, not yet.
Okay, so my motion is
So-
in an expedited manner. I didn't use the term listening session, but it is a pre-bid conference to Mr. Jones' his terminology, where we invite people in to make comments on the draft ITM that you guys want to put out on the street. You can change and the draft would be essentially the final of the last go around. You can make any changes after that. But again, we're doing it in as quick a fashion as possible. The definition of expedited is getting it back out on the street as quickly as possible and skipping an evaluation committee and affording the 8 members of the council to score the other responses.
Okay, so what we will try to push to do with that, just before you guys vote, to give you an idea. So what we will try to push to do is do all of that in the month of July. And the most we can give them is 4 weeks. So we can give them the month of August to do the applications, to get them in. We get them prepared to you all at the beginning of September, so that at the September meeting, you can do your scores and decide which ones you want to negotiate with.
Can I suggest that you give them a little more time than just the 4 weeks, which I know puts you into October, but
Okay,
is that, I mean, I want to make sure that we're being fair to the respondents, but also fair to the 8 of us
Yeah.
who are going to be, I want to do for all of them. And I feel badly for the one that got 44 because they didn't read it, because I thought, well, I read it, something got a 44 for it. But I want to read them all.
okay, so we'll try to build in 6 weeks. It may push the timeline back, which I am totally fine with. I mean, it's $4 million, so I want to make sure we get it right. So with your motion, if you'll give staff a chance to go back and look at this timeline,
Yes.
we can email you out separately the timeline and you can give us your feedback.
Just know that I'm emphasizing the word expedited without a definition.
So in my mind,
It's like the word.
in my mind, expedited means I'll start working on this when I come back from vacation on July 5th. How about that? So we'll start in July 5th. Yeah, I understand.
Mr. Chair, let me say this too, notwithstanding Mr. Mitchell's point about extra time. I think if we do the expedited, we could always add extra time, right? Okay.
Yeah, we can build extra time.
We can build extra time in it, but my concern is we only had 2 entities that responded this time. Okay. I've got a sense that this entity might not even respond at all. Okay, so I'm thinking if we do it on an expedited basis, we will know if we have any responders as opposed to waiting 3 months and not having any responders.
Yeah, I was only asking for 6 weeks for them to respond as opposed to 4 weeks. That's all I was.
Oh, just weeks? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
thought it was 3 months.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And then the other,
Oh, sorry.
oh, it's a motion on the floor. I'll wait.
Okay, you got your card up and.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, it's been up so long.
Okay, all right. So,
That's what I'm prepared to do.
I understand. All right, so I'm gonna repeat back your motion, make sure we have it right, okay? So your motion right now is to reject all, okay? And then start from your word scratch. And so the team would do a pre-bid conference, put something new out there, and that would involve the pre-bid conference. And
We would take as the draft, the final of the ITN that was put out.
okay, all right, okay. So that's the motion. Second, is what you understood. So just if we could call.
Judge Miller?
Go ahead. I think you had a question.
Yeah, I think it's too late to ask the question.
Yeah, I hadn't voted yet.
He hasn't voted yet. Go ahead.
We say to put out the same ITN.
As a draft. As the.
I want my 0 to 3, what I thought was R, 0 to 3.
We'll add it.
Yes.
Like not only add it, like it's.
In the draft.
Yeah,
But let me
Be specific.
But I need to be specific. Are you talking about only serving 0 to 3?
No, but it's primarily
This is our priority.
Yeah.
Okay.
like it's gonna be the big front and center.
Right.
Okay.
So that changes I don't know if that changes my vote or not, because I don't think it was necessarily front and center.
Maybe he can amend.
Is that an amendment?
I am totally good with it because I put all my dots.
Well, we got it. And let me just say that we're gonna be bringing,
amendment.
okay, we're gonna be bringing prenatal and postnatal for early childhood back to the council. And our procurement goes out for that. I just wanna say that. So it's not that we actually have one coming before you if we can never get out of this today for that area, but yes.
Yes, I amended it.
Okay, thank you, separate.
And I second.
Okay. Vote, please, ma'am.
Judge Miller?
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien.
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Hannah,
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Watts.
Yes. All right. And so with that, yes.
Just make one concern that I have about this. I know we've already voted on it and everything. But I have a concern that we as a council might be vulnerable because we have deviated from what we normally accept as an acceptable score. 70 and above, we have funded those entities. Tonight, we deviated, and I don't know if it could be considered arbitrary or capricious, but I know it could sort of form a basis if somebody wanted to challenge what we have done as a council. Now, we don't have a bid protest procedure. Do we have a bid protest?
We have an
Oh, we
appeal
do that.
procedure.
Okay, I hadn't seen it. And I'm hoping that period has passed. So does it trigger from tonight if we have voted?
It's already passed.
It's already
So this
passed.
is done,
Okay,
yeah, so this
so
is-
it's already passed, the bid protest procedure. So I'm concerned that we could be vulnerable for a legal challenge. Being acting arbitrary and capricious as a board if we deviated from what we've done in the past with our RFPs and ITN. And I'm just raising that as a concern.
And yes, I respect your concern, but it was also recommended to reject all to us by vetting group. Made this recommendation to us. So it wasn't like we just arbitrarily said, there are 71, so they're going to be rejected. It was their recommendation of the evaluation committee to reject all.
The other thing is that we have, and I can tell you, I voted no. We haven't set a policy for a score. During the summer program, Commissioner, I voted no. I wanted fewer funded at a higher amount. So it isn't like the council has established a policy.
Right.
And we've had those have scored in the 70s that have been rejected as well.
Yeah, we have, and I'm just saying, believe me,
It's a good.
Hannah knows that people can derive what they want in a lawsuit, so I just want to raise our awareness of
A good legal mind.
Thank you. All right, that's it. I will be handing this back over.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, that was the shortest 10-minute discussion we have ever had. Thanks to all of you for that conversation. I think this was the hardest 2 hours of my life, not saying anything on this particular, it really was. Anyway, let's move forward. All right, the next procurement, we have 2 more to get to, guys, and I'm going to try to do this expeditiously. All right, the next procurement is a family strengthening and parent education. So with that, I do know that we have our impact panel spokesman here. Ms. Speaker, would you like to?
Yes, so this is family strengthening and parent education. The evaluation team, community impact panel chose a spokesperson, and that is Ms. Yolanda Show, who is the community impact spokesperson. So we'll bring her to the podium.
Thank you. So,
Yes, ma'am. On you.
so she just told me to say a couple of things about my experience. And so I just want to do those very, very quickly.
Let's give Ms. Show our full attention, please, if we can. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So first, it was very informative. I have done something like this with CHSP, but this was really great. I enjoyed it. It was challenging trying to come up with the final numbers, and it was rewarding. It really was rewarding in the end. I did mean what I said about it being a little bit intimidating up here. So
If you ask me questions that I don't know, I'm gonna let Ziegler have them. So for the sake of clarity, I'm just gonna read what I've been asked to read. And anyway, the designated members of the Community Investment Panel independently evaluated the responses in accordance with the following rating categories, which you've already heard, the 100 points. Our organizational profile was worth up to 15 points. The program design was worth up to 40 points, program evidence up to 20, and the budget up to 25. So on Friday, June the 2nd, 2023, during a duly noticed public meeting, the Community Investment Panel reviewed their collective scores, and I'm assuming you have those. That I said, see
Just
it
for
there.
the record, excuse me, she's on page 116 in our package, in case y'all are.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we all together?
Yes.
160.
Okay, great.
The memo, 115, 116 is the memo, the scores of one.
Then they consider the scores, the funding requests and limitations, and the location and types of services proposed. Subsequently formulating a panel funding recommendation. The panel conducted 2 rounds of ranking, where each member selected 3 proposals to prioritize. The first round resulted in 4 proposals selected. The second round resulted in 2 programs recommended, totaling 6 programs. Finally, given the amount of unallocated funds remaining, the panel agreed to add a 7th proposal. In total, they selected 4 proposals from the research supported category and 3 from the grassroots category, thereby leaving approximately $114,000 unallocated from the available $2.4 million. The decisions was based on the following justification in no specific order. The composite scores for all responses were mostly high. The available funding was limited to the allocated amount of $2.4 million, with a total requested amount of exceeding $4.5 million. There was not a cap on the amount a proposal could request, which adversely affected the consideration of one proposal, irrespective of it receiving a high score. There was not a limit on the number of proposals any agency could commit, which adversely affected one vendor that submitted 3 proposals, irrespective of receiving high scores. The recommended programs represent diversity of service modality, target populations, and target neighborhoods. The recommended programs result in the majority of funds being invested in research-supported programs at 71.58% versus grassroots programs 28.42%, as directed by CSC Leon Governing Council when approving RFPs. In consideration of the above, we respectfully recommend that CSC Leon Governing Council approve funding 7 proposals for a total investment of $2,285,532.11 as follows. The Oasis Center for Women and Girls Circle, $414,134.39. Carter's Corner Community Services, 24/7 $202,204.87. Legal Services of North Florida, $476,128. The Oasis Center for Women and Girls, their counseling program, $543,427.91. Making Miracles Group Home, $100,000. Pay Center for Girls Incorporated, their REACH program, $300,000. Divine Healthcare Consulting, their mental health counseling, $249,636.94. These are our recommendations for your considerations. I will consider questions if I can.
Thank you so very much. Proper right now, just stay right there, don't move. All right, thank you so very much for reviewing your recommendations to the council. Now, before we go into discussion about this, I would like to entertain a motion and a second with regards to the committee's, the evaluation committee's recommendation. And then based on that, we'll go into discussion, hopefully a shorter discussion.
For purposes of discussion,
Yes.
I will make a motion
Make a motion.
to accept the committee's recommendation.
Thank you. Do I hear a second? We have a second. All right. So we have a motion from Mr. Mitchell, a second from Commissioner Cummings, and now we're open for discussion. You're welcome to have a seat, but just don't go too far because
Thank you.
we may be asking you questions. All right. If we are now open for discussion. Mr. Judge Miller, let's start with you.
Well, mine may be more of a helping to understand the chart. So I was looking at the strengthening score sheet. And then, so I had my notes. My understanding is that Boys Town and North Florida received a score of 82, which would be here higher than 5 of the 7 selected programs. But am I reading it incorrectly?
You're reading that absolutely correctly. And she indicated here in one of the things, she said that their proposal, they requested over $1 million. $1,092,682, which is half of what the budgeted amount was, which was $2.4 million. So because they did not want to fund a portion of it because they wrote the proposal saying this is what they needed, they opted not to fund that program, and they are recommending we fund the other programs.
That was in the notes. The other little.
I think I got that from listening to the recording, if I remember correctly, yes.
I tried to listen to it before.
Sure, it was long. I agree. Okay. Mr. Mitchell, and then we'll go to Mr. Downs.
And this may be, I need an answer from the committee itself. But I look and I think, okay, so Oasis submits 2 different proposals at, I'm just doing the math, rounding for $500,000 each. Great, okay, well, but 2 in the money, right? And they sort of separated out, and 2 of them end up in the money, whereas Boys Town submits with 1, and that totals the same as the 2, but they leave it together as one program. And because that dollar amount becomes sort of sticker shock, they fall out of the vote. Again, just going purely on score numbers. I agree with you, Judge Miller, that it struck me as funny that you've got, them receiving a higher score than all but 2 of the 7 that are in the money, but because of the way they submitted, like they could have submitted 2 proposals doing half and half. And if it was like Oasis, they would be in the money. So but
If you want me to speak to that?
okay, yeah, like what it was there, and again, I didn't read the Boys Town proposal, but if you thought of Oasis as the 2 that were funded as one proposal, that's $1 million. Was there an easy way of, could Boys Town have submitted 2 proposals for $500,000 each?
But I won't step into that, but what I will say is, we were, I think rightfully struggling with how do you come up with a way to work on this? And so we decided that everybody would pick their top 3. So despite their scores, a lot of folks, I think, were kind of like, that's a lot of money and we want to fund different organizations, right? And so even if this is just me, now I can't speak for everybody. That's one of the things about being a spokesperson. I can't speak, except for mine. I speak for me. That I think that the Boys Town one maybe was just like a lot for people individually as they thought about, wow, just for me, wow, I could do some things in different places, or we could do half of the money in Boys Town. And what I feel I don't want to say anymore because this is a very serious meeting and I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't.
Question? No, you're
Yeah.
fine. And I get you can't speak for everyone, although they did elect you their spokesperson. So,
They didn't give me.
no, but then I look down and I think to myself, of the 7, not only was their score high, the cost per youth was also, they were number 2 in terms of the most cost effective, if you will.
Are you talking about Boys Town still?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Again, I'm really struggling. I don't want anyone, as we're talking about, you know, a $4 million spend on the earlier program. I don't want anyone not coming forward with a good proposal because they're afraid of sticker shock sending everybody, you know, scurrying away. That if it qualifies, again, having nothing to do with money, just everything to do with the quality of their program, it ranked very high. And the number of kids that it serves per kid, the cost ranks number 2 in terms of the lowest. So you're getting the most bang for your buck. It's serving a lot of kids, but it's
So what do you want? I mean, I'm trying to see what you want.
Did that
from me. I'm sorry?
Yeah. It's in the logic.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, I can say it over and over, but I would say that the group decided not to fund that particular organization because of the price tag. That's what I would say.
Okay.
But I'm on record, but I don't want to go on record for that being everybody's decision. But I think based on my understanding, as we went up with it, I don't even think it came up in the 3. Right. And so I want to just say something that maybe I shouldn't, but since I'm the spokesperson, I want to take this liberty and say that I think the most important part of this was that we were in the community and that people who may not be as sophisticated as this group were able to come in and say, hey, and it really greatly influenced me because I saw some cases where there wasn't like statistically as tight, especially when we started looking at the grassroots. And I thought I am very excited that we as a community, everyday people, have an opportunity to say, you know what, you might have scored those people low, Yolanda, but I've seen their work. And because they said, I've seen their work, I see their hustle, I was convinced, you know what, we do need to do something different and something new. So I'm a strong advocate for, even if everybody doesn't have a master's degree that makes the decision, some of the decision that was made was based on just a diversity of the people who made the decision.
Thank you for your response. Mr. Jones.
Is that for me?
You're welcome to have a seat, Mr.
Okay.
The question, I guess, is for the team.
Okay.
The application, does the public know, clearly there are no thresholds on the amount that you ask, but are they aware of the amount of money that is allocated for that particular RFP?
Yes, and the RFP, we do put the total amounts that is available.
So when we look at a Boys Town, they knew that $2 million was available and they wrote for $1 million.
I can't say what they knew.
I mean, I'm saying, that's why I'm asking what information is
I
provided in
can
the
say,
RFP.
yes, in all the RFPs, RFAs, we definitely put how much money is available.
And I know that we don't want to work creativity. But I think that perhaps moving forward on where we take multiple respondents, I think that perhaps we provide some guidance as to what would be the thresholds such that there is some type of consistency in that so that we kind of go in knowing that we'll be able to fund 7 projects. So we'll know that we're funding 8 or 4. And if depending upon the response, if there's money left over, then we will have the flexibility to then reallocate those monies or re-advertise to get additional applications or whatever. But I think it's almost, and I don't want to use the word crapshoot, but I'm just saying some guidance from us in terms of what we
So,
based upon what we have seen has been our responses and activities across other RFPs, because this has not been the first time this, we've had this before with someone with a qualified proposal, but because it was too much, nobody told them what the balance, what the guidance was on. Just something to think about moving forward.
so may I offer, it's too late for this one, but
Yes.
but what I can say is, I think each procurement, we learn something new.
Right.
And and so the lesson I think that we have learned here is that moving forward, we talked about collaboration. So now is the time, if we're looking at programs with $1 million price tag, now it's time for us to say, okay, so if your program is going to cost this much when you apply, you need to come to the table with either a partner or matching or something that allows us to look at some of our higher priced programs and be able to fund more of them. So that's number one. Number two, this council made the decision that it would not do partial funding. And the reason for that is if someone comes to you with the price tag for the program and we say, well, no, we're only gonna fund 80% of it, then we can't really keep them to what it is they said they're gonna do. So because that question came up in the evaluation, well, can we give them part of it? That is a model that another funding entity here uses. That traditionally has not been the model that this council has used. So I wanted to offer that to Councilmember Jones's.
Probably a lesson that they've learned as well.
So
Boys.
Okay,
So,
Mr.
we have as a council, however, exceeded we have not specified, we specified, here's our targeted budgeting, but on both, let's start with summer program 1, we definitely exceeded our budget. And we broke summer program 2 into 2 components. One, we underfunded our budget, and that's the feeding, and overfunded the programmatic side. So I guess what I'm saying here is it's almost unfair to say to the committee, tell us what to do. I think they've given us good input, and I was struck by the value of Boys Town and the fact that if they had broken theirs into 2 programs like Oasis, it would have been 500,000 and 500,000. I'm not saying I didn't read it.
Well, no, I do want to clarify. Oasis actually submitted 3 proposals for 3 different programs.
Right.
Boys Town, this is 1 program. Now, all I'm saying, I just want to clarify that for the record, so but I understand what you're saying is if there was a way that they could have split it. I don't know that they could have done that in this application.
Right, and I get that. I just, and again, I wasn't part of the evaluation committee. I didn't look at their proposal. I have no idea. I know what Boys Town does, and it's more than just 1 program. But the programs are all rolled into to 1. And by the way, I'm not saying in this case, it may be and I don't know if the committee thought about this. If we wanted to spend more money, and I assume that Yolanda, you and Neil were both on the committee. If anybody else is in the room that is, speak now or forever hold your peace. But if you could have, because we're a little under the budget, if we went a little over the budget, would Boys Town again at the 82 score at basically $1,000 per child, is that a program that you would have said, hey, yeah, that is something good, not take something away?
Well, the score says it. They scored high.
Right.
They scored high. They clearly like it.
It's the learning, I think it's probably gonna be a learning process for Boys Town next year.
Right.
But I don't think it's fair to treat them that way. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I feel as if they scored well. I feel as if they're serving over 1,000 kids. guys, which is when you add up more than all the other ones in this category. And I think we need to think of a way to fund them, you know, because their cost per youth is decent. They're serving a large number of kids and they scored well. And it's not their fault that their budget fell at, they told us what it was gonna cost. So I just think we should give them a hard look and not disqualify them simply because of their cost. If there were other disqualifiers, then I would.
But I wanna be careful, we're not disqualifying anybody.
Well,
So-
you understand what I'm saying? They're not
You're not
recommended, right?
We
They're
get-
not
But let
disqualified.
me-
We have 2.4
But they're
million.
not, right?
So it means people
Say-
have come off. We're not-
And I
But
understand.
it's 2.4 million.
We can go, like we've done in the summer program, we can take funding that dollars. So the people who came here earlier that were saying, you have all this extra money, why are you taxing us anymore? We do have extra money and we could fund this program. Again, I didn't read the proposals, but Madam Chair, I agree with you. I'm like, it seems so like unreasonable and irrational, like, yeah.
I do need to add one more thing.
Oh, let's go to Mr. Johnson.
Madam Chair, Mr. Treasurer, my heart goes out to them as well, right? We start a precedent, because if we do this now, I promise you, next week, it might be romper room. And if I like romper room, I'm gonna remind y'all of what we've done today. And I just don't know if we wanna set that precedent. And we have said that in this learning experience, we can now fine tune our own documents instructions such that first, the applicants will not be penalized for budgets because we have not articulated what the criteria, what the budget limits are. That's all. And I think if we find ways to fund them, there may be other persons in the next silo that may come and then we'll, so then you expended money for them outside of what we already budgeted, but there may be other applications that may have the same type of impact, but they were out of money, but they just came up first. And that seems rather
Well,
arbitrary.
Mr. Jones, I'm not suggesting that we find additional money. I'm saying let's look hard at whether or not we think they should be funded. So it may cause some of these other ones to fall off the list. I mean, but I think given the fact that they scored well, they gave us a decent number of children that are gonna be served, and then their cost per youth is decent, we should give them valid consideration and not fund them simply because of what their budget was. That's my, and I'm not saying let's just go find some extra money. Okay.
I have a process question though. Why don't these people just score and then we make the money decision? Why are they making the money scoring and making the money decision?
As an RFP, when we issued this as an RFP, because it was a 2-year contract, the RFP requires that a recommendation come from the committee. So that is why there is a recommendation here. For an RFA, which is what you did for the summer, the scores are there and then you decide where your threshold is. If I may, Madam Chair, I don't think you should discredit the process that the committee used to determine which ones they would recommend. And I also think, and so staff, correct me if I'm wrong, I also think that it is not prudent to think that the only reason they did not rank out was because of the money. There was
But that's what.
no.
I said I couldn't speak for everybody. Wait a minute.
They-
On me.
This is why looking at the deliberation helps. Because you're looking at the scores and they're all within numbers of each other, which made it hard really for the committee to make decisions. So that's why they came to the first process, which was everybody give your top 3 and you see what happened. And everybody give your top 3 again. So I just do not want there to be not the consideration that there were other things that went into why people chose what they chose. So that's all I'm saying. I just want to make sure we have the full picture. before you guys make your decision.
Okay, let's hear from others first. Mr. Hannah, no? Mr. Jones, no? Anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Wise.
I just, as far as the process, I just want to add, if the evaluators, taking the time, right, they're bringing it forth to us. If it needs to be reconsidered, because previously when we first started, we were all a part of the evaluation. Or several members were, from the council on evaluation team, but we all agreed that we would try to put it to the community to volunteer and be the voice, evaluate and bring their recommendations to us. So I just want to keep that on the forefront, that people took their time to evaluate, consider with time and bring that to us. So if this is likely what may occur, and I know there's maybe some ways to maybe twerk what we're receiving, but I just.
I got a business. If we have a way to tweet. Well, so that when we get, we're like, but these are a lot of questions and we're asking, questioning. I watched the Boys Town discussion, so I agree with you that, hearing from someone else and you have that collaboration and discussion tied into, but I think we need to be mindful of the.
And please understand,
Okay.
we value what the evaluators have gone through. I just want to understand that this is a recommendation.
Right.
And that's what it is. And I do take it seriously, but that gave me pause and I want to bring that forward to the council. But let's talk about it and we will vote
Yeah.
and make that decision. Yes, ma'am.
And just for clarification, the top three that each one of the evaluators put forward. I just, in my mind, that was based on the evaluation number that they got, or just based on their reading of the proposal.
Based on their reading of the proposal, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it was after they read it, that they brought forward their top three. That was the first part of the conversation.
We also had people come in and give presentations to us, so that was a part of our process.
And that was before they were scored. Is that
Yes.
before they
Add something? Would you?
Okay. Lauren and Darren.
Yeah, I was on the committee.
Oh.
I don't.
I would love to hear from Mr. Neal because I do know you were on the evaluation committee, so please.
I just wanted to answer that question specifically. The 1, 2, 3 ranking that we did 2 rounds of was not particular. It was up to anybody how they wanted to rank it. It had no particular tie to the score. It was, after listening to the discussion, what do you want to pick as your 3?
It was.
Some may have tied it entirely to the score, but there was no particular rule about what your top 3 were.
So some of the evaluators chose could have been just a favorite entity or what have you, not necessarily based on the analysis of their proposal.
Right.
There was no criteria given.
I'll give you my example. The second round, I deleted Boys Town. Had only gotten 1 or 2 votes the first time. And I said, nobody's going to go with Boys Town. I did game theory and left them off of my second round.
Okay.
Right. So.
It wasn't it wasn't like that for me. I looked at scores. I looked at the evaluations. One of the things that came up for Boys Town is I wish that they had used that particular program more. I didn't feel like they brought astounding data. That thing that you talked about, the dollar thing was good, but the presentation wasn't that solid. And so I think that we were as thorough as we could be. Individually, we didn't ask people to tell us, why did you pick those as your top 3? So I think it might be wrong to assume that people just were like what they like. They may have looked through this, you know what I mean? So it's hard once you give something over to somebody to be in their heads too.
But it's been, I mean, at least again, I'm just going off of what I've heard. It has been suggested that the reason they are not part of the recommendation is that $1 million. That in other words, if it was only a $500,000 program for 500 kids, that they may have been in your recommendation.
I mean, a lot of things may have. But I feel like on this one especially, I feel like it would have been nice for you guys to look at the deliberations because they were open to the public. And it would give, for me to memorize that, I would have had to record it, and it is recorded. And so with the level of importance, any of you could have looked at our deliberations to see that we were thorough and conscientious, so that I wouldn't have to have I don't know, what is that? What is that memory where you can? I don't know. I didn't. I don't know. Recording memory. So, yeah, but it's still available.
And we did. I mean, I didn't listen to all 3 hours. It was 2.59. Well, I don't know. It was a long meeting. But I just wanted to make sure that there were other things. I mean, that's why I wanted clarification. If it wasn't strictly the dollar amount, would you have felt different about this proposal?
Well,
Maybe, but I might have felt different about other ones. You're not asking me about the other ones we didn't fund. It feels unfair.
and then wasn't there.
But they were the ones left off the list.
But the process was also both research-based and anecdotal.
That's correct. And they have the two lists.
As well as a percentage. So this council decided that research base would get the higher percentage. And grassroots would get a lower percentage. So that played into some of their decision as well.
Right. They funded, $1.6 million for the research, and then what is that? 200, what is that? 200 and 2,000.
No, the total for.
649. 1.6 and 649.
Oh, 649, thank you. I see.
With
Okay.
percentage wise is where you all want it to be. 70 in research, 30 in grassroots, but you did not want us to mandate that. And so we did.
Commissioner, you have your thing up for a reason. You have a question?
You have a question?
Or no?
Okay.
All right, so
Yeah.
I did. So it's a score of 82. Did money come into consideration at all in that score of 82 or no? It was just the votes, first round votes, second round votes, whatever. The score of 82 that Boys Town received, was money a factor in that or just the program?
The 80, if I may, the 82 was just their scoring. So when they, each individual person scored.
The 82 had nothing to do with the money.
No.
Okay, so basically then, if I don't know, you could knock off number 3, number 8, take number 1, serve more kids and be about equal on money if the group so choose.
This is the second highest scoring one.
It is, right. You could really knock off number 2, 3, 8. Student wise, they're claiming they're going to serve about over 1,000 kids.
Yes.
And you add up 50 and 550 and 250, let's say is 800. You're equal, but you're only funding 2 programs instead of what's record 1, 2, 3, 4. All right.
Any other questions or comments regarding this discussion? Okay, so the motion on the table right now is, okay, we have to go to public comment. Yeah, all right, thank you. Ms. Clay, can we read public comments?
Yes, we have public comment from Ms. Leslie Powell.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. My name is Leslie Calboudreau. I'm the Executive Director of Legal Services in North Florida. I came here primarily to say thank you for consideration. I did watch the video or the deliberations as they were happening. I absolutely appreciate the constructive feedback that the committee provided. We have a very strong history of stewardship of funds from various sources. And if funded, would certainly carry that over to the Children's Services Council funding. Most recently, we've hired a data analyst because we believe that measuring the impact of the work we do is critical in this sphere as well as many other spheres that we work in. We have worked with children for decades. Judge Miller gets the privilege of seeing a couple of our attorneys in dependency court on a regular basis. I have been an attorney ad litem for children in foster care for a number of years myself, and it is something that is important to us. Our project focuses mainly on the strengthening families so that families don't fall into the dependency system so that they have the ability to access healthcare stabilize their housing, stabilize their income through legal solutions that legal services provides on a daily basis. I did want to just touch a little bit on the discussion that I've heard from you today. We scored 1.3 points below Boys Town score. So as we're talking about these differences, I really want that consideration to be made. A very slight deviation from any of those other scores may have made us higher or lower based on those reviewers. I enjoyed hearing the discussion of the evaluators about the importance of creating a network. There was one commenter who said, we were the only one who was offering the services that we are offering, and how is that critical to that network of providers? So I would ask for that consideration. I also want to express my thanks to any who we did consult with as a technical assistance provider in advance of that, and talk about the size of our proposal and how it fit in with that network. And so that opportunity was provided to all of us in advance of making that application. Thank you for your time. And again, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Ms. Clay, do we have any other public comments? All right. So let's go ahead and vote on the proposal that is on the floor, which is to accept the committee's recommendation. And then let's see where we go from there.
Okay, so it's my motion. I just want to. Like, I don't want to vote against my own motion. I will. But I am, Madam Chair, both you and Judge Miller, I sit here and I'm really struggling with why we are not helping 1,000 kids with a program that was scored third highest of the 7 that they recommended. Pardon me, it would be the 8. But we're not finding a way to fund it.
I'm with you. I don't plan to vote for this for the motion that's on the floor.
I gotta have an alternative to my lousy motion to come up with that. So Sika, can I ask a question before we vote?
Sure.
The proposed budget was 2.4 million for this. Again, we have 2 times summer program 1 and summer program 2 gone over our proposed budget. So this is not new at all. Having said that, we're at 2.4. The number that the committee recommended, the total dollar amount was how much? 2.2. Okay. All right. I know you're quite a good negotiator and you go through and take mascots out of proposals, but I don't think you can find $800,000 in this. Actually, 2.3. Madam Chair, do you have
an alternative suggestion?
Yeah.
So can I just add, again, I think I should have pushed you guys to watch the evaluations. I really should have. So, for example, one of the things that the eval committee talked about was where the services were going to be provided. And so I believe with that particular proposal, and this isn't a for or an against, just is what it is. The services were going to be at 2 schools, one of which is the community partnership school where everybody tends to want to go. And the other one was another Title I school. So you look at the number of students being served. And so part of what they looked at was where it was going to be versus some of the other ones. I'm not telling you that to make you change. I'm saying that that's why going back and looking at because there were lots of discussions that went on for this. Now, if you're asking me, can we find $1 million? $800,000. So here's the thing, if with the FRC, that was 4 million that would be moved into next fiscal year. I mean, we could look for it.
So here's my thought. It's not king. It's the 1,000 kids that they would serve is that the right thing to do? Are we changing? We have an opportunity, and I don't know. I only can look at these scores. And I say there must have been, like, I know what Boys Town is, right? And not that it, believe me, it does not preclude me from voting, because I have asked this in the past. I have contributed to Boys Town because I believe in what they're doing, right? But I don't know what this program specifically does. I just look at the score and I look at the cost that they're doing it. And I think, are we helping 1,000 young people and really changing the trajectory of their lives? Are we doing something? Think about these kids. Like, is it effective? And I go and I look and say, the score's at 82. I mean, I would be jumping up and down saying, we've got to find the extra $800,000 if it was at 92, but it's still an impressive score at 82. So that's kind of my question. Is it really changing lives?
I don't think we know. This program that they proposed is not one that is currently going on here. It has been done in other areas. It's been done in the not Pacific Northwest, New England area. They have a model that's been working down in Palm Beach County as well. So it would be something new that they are bringing here. Some of the conversation was everybody's going to the community partnership schools. So what about the other schools? And the answer is, I don't think we know, because it would be a new program, a new model, bringing something new in. Yeah, I don't think we know.
No, listen, you can only answer what you can answer.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
May I offer a recommendation that our processes in terms of the awarding of these grants, why don't we put this on our retreat agenda?
It already is.
Okay, and then on the other side of the retreat, if there's interest in us finessing our process, I know we started a conversation about our involvement at the very beginning of our work. There may be an appetite for us to reconsider it. But I think we'll find ourselves in this kind of conversation on every cycle or every set of proposals. And I think we need to provide ourselves with flexibility, both in our budget as well as the finessing of our process, such that the will of the board can be manifest and not perhaps have the fluidity to be responsive depending upon the stuff that comes before. Because you can't just go by numbers. Those of us in human service will tell you, depending upon how they write a proposal, it might say they impact 1,000 people, 1,000 kids, but that might just be breakfast. It might not be programmatic. So you have to really do analysis of all the proposals outside, along with the Citizens Committee, to really have a real idea about what we know is impact when we're just looking at just their responses in terms of data. And I think there's an interest, and I think we should perhaps put that on the agenda. That's me. I'm done.
It's up there.
Did you have any comments with regards to how to? Okay, all right. Mr. Mitchell, I have a question for you. As treasurer.
Yes. Now I'm in comfort zone.
Yeah, as treasurer, what can we do?
The answer is we have several different pots that if it was the will of this council, not only do we have 800,000, we have funds that we could fund this. Here would be my only thought. My only thought is that I would, if we chose to do that we say to the executive director exclusively, go through this proposal with a fine-tooth comb, not all the other ones. I mean, go through and negotiate the way she does. And she has saved us money on every single one of our contracts, by the way. But on this one, look to Boys Town to to get that $800,000 or the $1 million down. The exact same way we do it. But the answer is yes, we do have the
some
funds
flexibility.
set aside in reserves.
Mr. Hannah,
I'm a no matter what y'all decide, okay? I'm even more of a no if you add another $800,000. Because now you have a group that's of over $1 million proposed, which is over 10% of our budget. So, I mean, that's just my personal thought. I'm a no either way, but I'm a double no if you add another $1 million. So,
Do we count that twice?
go. Next time, I get it banked for the next one.
we have a proposal on the table, guys, and it's 7:30 PM. So I do want us to vote to see where we land. And then we can go from there. So Ms. Clay, would you please do a roll call?
Just remind us, when is the?
Oh, the motion on the table is to accept the recommendation from the committee. That's the proposal on the table.
I know
That
that
was
slip
even though-
out of there.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. That's the proposal as is. That's what was proposed and seconded. Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Judge Miller,
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yes.
Mr. Hannah,
No.
Commissioner Cummings.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
His motion.
Mr. Johnson, we've been working together for 2 years. You know I've changed my, yes.
Mr. Watt,
Yes.
Dr. Glenn.
No, doesn't matter. So, all right, so it passes, right? Okay, all right. Thank you so very much.
It's a learning, this is a learning process. Everybody.
But the motion passes. We have accepted the recommendation from the committee. Thank you, Mr. So we appreciate your time and your efforts. Okay, so the motion passes. The recommendation for this particular procurement from the committee is moving forward. All right, we have one more procurement.
Recommendation.
They don't have a recommendation. So this is for the youth mentoring. So Ms. Clay, please explain and present the rankings.
Get fired. So we're looking at page 121.
121. All right.
Right there, right where your hand is. So page 121, youth mentoring is a 14-month contract. $1 million was set aside by the council to fund youth mentoring programs. Specifically, as I said earlier today, this was an RFA, which is like we do summer. So literally, you all decide what your threshold is. You will see on these are in ranking order. So the one that scored highest is at the top. The one that scored lowest is at the bottom. The amounts requested, the proposed number of children served, plus the cost per youth. The very last column that says running total shows you what your total would be if you approve 1, 294, 2, it goes up to 580, 3, and so forth and so on. At number 26, first T, you're at 979,658.72, which leaves 20, if you stop there, it will leave 20,341. If you go to the next one, Girls on the Run, that scored 77, you'll be at 102.
Okay, and our budget is 1 million.
It's
right?
1 million,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so do we have a recommendation? If so, then
I'll make a recommendation.
that we do what?
We go with the scores
First T?
for the first 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Was that,
5, up to first 5 to get to the next, no?
that's 4, 1, 2. Anything above that's 84.2 above.
Okay, all right. So the proposal on the table is to accept the first 4, which will take us to a running total of $905,000. That's the recommendation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second.
Second.
It's from Jones.
Okay, we have a second for Mr. Jones. Okay,
I'm sorry.
yes.
Only because there's a big gap in the scores. And I think we just, I mean, we're trying to hold ourselves to a higher standard, right? That's, I'm
But $1 million is
just
down.
I'm just going back.
Yeah,
We have $1
$1 million.
million, but that doesn't mean we can spend it somewhere else, right?
That's true.
Okay, so my position is, we've talked earlier about the importance of holding ourselves to a higher score. Here's where we have higher scores, and there's a big gap between number 4 and 5. And then you start getting down to these little bitty things. I think they're about 84%. That's
Okay, fair enough.
that
All
would be
right,
that. I'm making a recommendation.
the motion's on the floor.
Someone can second it, or it can
You
pass, and I'm not gonna be offended if it doesn't.
Well, I seconded it, but Fran. I know the impact that First T has in our school, and it's for 74,000. Comparative to students, in terms of what the impact, we spent an hour on Boys Town and.
I'm just going back to what we said earlier. I'm trying to hold ourselves to a higher standard.
It's just 6%.
Are you still seconding it?
Yes, I'm still
Okay, it's seconded. All right.
Finish point, Mark.
Ms. Clay, do we have any public comments?
I know, but.
No public comment. All right.
That's good.
Any discussion items with regard to the motion that's on the table to fund the first 4? Okay, let's go to Ms. Commissioner Cummings, and then I'll come to you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I was just looking
I'm-
at the
I'm not
scores
gonna be
as well. And I know we have these supposedly objective scores. I appreciate the evaluators, but I think we're looking at mentoring as many youth as we can. I mean, just last week, 2 of our youth were just snatched away at McDonald's. You know, hopefully we can have some mentoring services where we can talk to them about conflict resolution and not always resorting to guns and what have you. I mean, within this 48 students with First T, who knows, this mentoring program could save 2 or 3 or 48 or more.
Okay.
You know, and I understand, Ms. O'Brien.
I'm saying if we want to change it.
Okay, well, I'd like to offer a substitute motion to accept the first 5
Okay.
for a total of $979,658.
I'm just trying to be consistent with our language.
Are you willing to withdraw your?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay,
for
he will withdraw his
74,
motion.
48 young people.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second her motion.
You second her motion. All right, so we have a motion on the table to approve the first 5, which takes us to $979,000. And we have a second by Judge Miller, right? Okay, let's vote, guys, and then we can have any discussion as necessary. Ms. Clay? All right.
Do you have public comment?
Yes.
The public comment, none, okay. Judge Miller,
Yes.
please vote.
Mr. O'Brien,
Yes.
Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Mr. Hannah,
No.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
I'm a no.
Mr. White,
Yes.
Dr. Glenn.
Yes. So the motion passes, correct? All right. So as of right now, for the youth mentoring, we are, I'm so sorry, she keeps calling me. We are past the first 5 proposals, funding up to $979,000 for that procurement. Okay. Let's move forward. I'm so sorry. We're gonna try to get through as much of this as we can today. All right, it is time for the general counsel's update. Mr. Will is not able to attend. Ms. Green, I'm gonna turn it over to you for the present the 2 resolutions.
Okay, page 17. There are 2 resolutions. I'm not gonna read them, but the first one, A, is the purchase card policy. We're just amending it for some technical changes that our treasurer and executive committee wanted to make to get us in line and to add our DFO to the policy.
You did what now?
On page 17, the purchase card policy, we updated it to add our DFO to the purchase card policy, allowing her to have a purchase card.
Oh.
And then we just made mechanical and process changes in the policy with the help of our treasurer and accepted by the executive committee.
I move that we adopt resolution 2023.
All right,
I second.
we have a motion from Mr. Hannah, a second from Mr. Mitchell to adopt the resolution number Okay, 2023 dash something. I'm not quite sure what that is. Okay. All right. So
Page 17.
now,
2023 -02.
that's go to, okay. Thanks
Both
very
of
much.
them, right?
No, that's the first one.
Oh.
Do we have any public comment, Ms. Clay? We already, no public comment. Okay. All right, so with that, let's see, do we, is everybody in favor of approving this resolution? Yes. Yes, do we have any nays? All right, the resolution is passed. Thank you very much. Ms. Clay, will you please go through the second resolution?
Sure, I will go through the second one. The second one is 2022-03. This is a resolution adopting a travel policy for the council, and that is the council members as well as the staff, mostly staff. This was developed with a lot of input and assistance from our treasurer and adopted by our executive committee.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
I'm sorry, and a recommendation from our audit.
Absolutely. Do I hear a motion to accept this resolution?
I move the resolution.
We have a motion and a second by Judge Miller. All right. So we have a motion, Mr. Miller, Mr. Mitchell, second by Judge Miller. Any public comment, Ms. Clay?
There's no public comment.
No public comment. All right. So do we?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Where do we, what is the template for our travel policy? Do we look at the city, county, state?
Yeah, we did, and ours essentially looks very much like the county and states is really the templates we use. And as well as some recommendations from Purvis Gray, our external auditors.
How do we determine per diem?
The per diem is based on the state's per diem. Okay, if I remember correctly.
Okay, that's in the policy?
Yes. Yes.
So.
All right. So let's get a yay of everybody that's an approval.
Aye.
Approving?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody doesn't want to do this? Okay. I think we have approved this travel policy. The travel policy, the resolution has passed. Thank you all so very much. All right. It is now time to move forward with the audited financial report. This is agenda item number 6 on page 32. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, I'll be brief. The folks from Purvis Gray are not able to attend. They were able to attend our committee meeting. We made several recommendations, but from a financial standpoint, we got a very clean audit. We can be proud of the way the organization has run itself. I forget who it was earlier who said we're new. And so the recommendations they had were really for a new organization, and it dealt with the purchase card policy as well as a travel policy. We've now implemented those. So we were actually ahead of them, ahead of the recommendations. We had already begun the process of implementing these policies, but it is a clean report. Anybody questions? I'm happy to answer them. I didn't have an audit, but I did get to sit in on review.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell, for reviewing that for us. The Finance and Budget Committee did have a chance to hear the full presentation from Purvis Gray. So and I do think you have those slides available if anybody wants to see them. All right, thank you. Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And by the way, and
the auditor said they could not come to our meeting and present this to the board.
No. They did come to the meeting that was canceled. They were here in the dark, waiting and preparing to do that. When we did reschedule, they were unable to make their schedule fit for this rescheduled meeting.
they did, however, do a full presentation to the Budget and Finance Committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions as I remember them. The other thing, and this is the important thing about Purvis Gray, they were, we essentially asked them to do 2 audits for the 2 years, even though it was really only, if you remember, 1.5 years. They gave us a discount on that, whereas the others who bid on the service did not. So we got a really good local auditing firm who offered their services at a lower price. And again, the findings were very big.
Do we need a motion?
Yes, we do.
I'll move approval
All right,
of
we
the
have-
audited fund.
Thank you very much. We have a motion from Mr. O'Brien. We have a second by Judge Miller. So let us go ahead and vote by consensus.
Public
Public comment.
There's no public
Well,
comment.
come on.
Okay, thank you. There are no public comments. So do we have consensus to accept the reports from the audit? Everybody? Aye, okay.
But just for future reference, that doesn't occur. The board has a fiduciary responsibility to review its audit,
Right, and
not just y'all.
no, in the audit,
I'm just saying.
every member.
And I understand, I mean, life happens, but that just doesn't ordinarily happen.
Well, you're referring to, there's to come here to the.
Yeah.
To here. You were saying, not that we, because these were provided, you were saying them come in and actually.
But I mean, next time, they should, audits are supposed to be presented to board. That's our finding, our fiduciary responsibility.
And they
think
were.
we're trying.
I got it.
They did
I
fine.
can do it. You can do it.
Yeah, they were here.
You can do it.
Also, just as an update, both of our audits have been submitted to the state through DFS and has been accepted. So we're done.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for that. All right, item number 9, the Rebound and Recovery Program. Ms. Green, will you please give us a brief history and talk about this program?
Yes, so we have Ty Cole and Ellen Pipelkovich. I try not to get it wrong. Presenting the Rebound and Recovery Program to the full council. It is important to note that the original proposal was presented to Program Services Committee in April. The committee asked for some additional information for the proposal to come back. However, since that time, the state of Florida released a resiliency program curriculum to all public schools for K through 12. So the proposal was rewritten to serve as a complement to that initiative and address early learning in specifically. As such, they are in partnership with Leon County Schools, and we have representative from Leon County Schools as well as our superintendent for an August 1 implementation date, which is why we needed to bring this to the full council this month rather than trying to go back through to the Program Services Committee. Let me also say that each of you have a handout that gives you the background of Rebound and Recovery. It is considered a sole source because it was developed specifically for children in the wake of Hurricane Michael and what it did to that community. Since that time, they've even refined it, done it down in some counties in South Florida, and have now brought it up to Leon County to present to us as a program to help with resiliency, mental health, and behavioral health in K-3, 4 behavioral classrooms and special needs. Did I get that right?
The behavioral classrooms and then tier 2 and tier 3.
And then tier 2 and tier 3, that's right. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ty and Ellen, and then Brooke Bruner, who is the Director of Early Childhood, is here as well. You are looking at page 126 in your book.
Please go ahead with the presentation.
Take it away.
Good evening. I'm Ellen Piekolkiewicz with Florida State University. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight about Rebound and Recovery. It does dovetail nicely into what the State Department of Education has developed for K through 12. Our proposal is to touch pre-3 and pre-4. So we are proposing a cognitive behavioral resiliency program for those preschoolers in all Leon County schools that will increase student understanding of and capacity to regulate their emotions. This was developed, as Sika indicated, by Florida State for children in Florida and educators in Florida, using the Florida Department of Education's benchmarks and statutes. And we have partnered with researchers from Florida State University, Florida A&M, both the College of Education and the Department of Social Work at both universities. Ty Cole is my colleague at Florida State University, and she will be reviewing the elements of the infographic that I think you probably have in your packet. If not, we could share the screen if that makes sense.
They have it in the packet.
Great.
It is page 131.
So I will turn it over to Ty Cole to do a quick review of that one pager and then respond to any questions that you may have.
Hi, so Rebound and Recovery is a cognitive behavioral resiliency program that's composed of professional certifications and curriculum that focuses on early childhood. Rebound and Recovery has a three-prong approach: building teacher skills in the classroom, providing support for caregivers at home, and strengthening the child's resiliency using cognitive behavioral skills to regulate their thoughts, emotions, and actions while empowering them to self-advocate for their well-being and academic success. So while Sika mentioned that we have been piloting this and using it in some other areas in the state, I want to highlight those successes and the ways in which we think those will translate into outcome successes for this project. So we have been seeing on average an increase of 11% on students' academic performance. We've been seeing a 9% decrease in conduct problems such as classroom misbehaving and aggression. We have also seen a 30% increase in their child's ability to identify their emotions and their emotional development knowledge. And why this is important is because of that regulation. When children are able to do this, it puts like a break and a stopping point for them to then be able to gain control of their reactions, then translating into that disruptive behavior decreasing. We've seen a 90% improvement in their regulation skills and abilities. So again, these things translate together. We've been seeing a 9% increase in attitudes about self and others in school, which increases your attendance in schools and participation in classroom activities. A 10% decrease in their emotional distress, such as anxiety and depression. And then we've also been looking at our administrative staffs and their own well-being in this. So 83% of administrators believe that the programs like Rebound and Recovery are critical and should be part of a student's school experience. 80% of educators believe that regulation and emotional well-being is critical for academic success, and 93% of teachers want a greater focus on cognitive behavioral skills taught in the classroom. Like Ellen mentioned, we have partnered with Leon County Schools to come up with an aggressive implementation plan in order to really serve the children and the educators in the classroom to the best of our ability.
So to just to review what those training targets are, and as Ty indicated, we have had conversations with Leon County Schools to make sure that this is doable in this academic year, and we would start with them on August 1st. So in that infographic, you can see the training targets, and the number of children to be served is 1,200.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Brooke, was there anything you wanted to add before we take questions from the council?
No, I think that, do you want to come to the podium?
Yes. All of them.
I think that Ty and Ellen did a great job of presenting that to you. One thing that I would remind you is that our infants and young toddlers were at the peak of the pandemic when we were all isolating and we were wearing masks and they didn't have any peer interaction. And so now those infants and young toddlers are sitting in our pre-K classrooms. And so what oftentimes looks like maladaptive behaviors are really communication issues and communication deficits. And this is an opportunity for us to really work with our teachers and our young children to equip them with the skills to self-regulate those behaviors so that they can get their needs and their wants met. One reason that I think that this program is so beneficial to our community is because Ty and Ellen are in our backyard, and they can serve as that direct support to our teachers on a regular basis within a classroom, which is different than any other type of curricula that you would purchase online or with a big box company. We have that specific support right here, and that's what our teachers need right now in order to provide the children with the tools and the skills that they need to be successful. So thank you for your consideration. Yes.
Mark?
In here, do I have this correct, that you're basically hiring field students from FSU and FAMU to staff this?
Yeah, that they would serve as the trainers. So Ty and Ellen, do you want to speak more to that?
Yes, so we would be hiring some field students from the College of Education and the College of Social Work in order to go into the classrooms to continue to provide additional support. So there is always hands-on accessibility for those teachers to have that support, no matter what classroom they are in.
That's both from FSU and FAMU?
Yes, it is.
And I will note too that the proposal includes the hiring of also 3 MSW education specialists. So not only field students from FAMU and FSU, but also MSW professional level staff.
And a coaching specialist, yes.
Madam Chair, would this require a contract with the school board, agreement or resolution?
It would require an MOU, yes.
Memorandum of understanding. Okay,
Correct.
you've already approached the school board in that regard.
Not the school board. We're working first with our in-house to develop that, yes. And then we would take it to the school board once approved.
I'm sorry. Just a follow-up. So we need that MOU first, because I take it this is sole source. Right. Yes. Okay. And so would we need that at least an indication that it would be available to this job?
Yeah, so once we approve, that's what allows them to go ahead and develop the MOU. If we don't approve, then. Yeah.
I think Judge Miller.
Make sure I'm clear. So this students are going in and helping the teachers, train the teachers to be more trauma informed. Is that for that age group?
Right, so it's an added layer. So there's coaching or there's training provided up front, and then there's coaching provided as follow-up, yes.
So how do you test whether or not those teachers are getting the training and applying it? How do you do that?
Ty and Ellen, do you want to talk about those outcome measures?
Yes, so we will be doing fidelity checks on the teachers. When we do our big training, we will have that big training in person with at Lively, and then we will then do a fidelity check. We'll have individual sessions set up with every teacher to do a individualized implementation plan for every classroom. So that's 61 classrooms that will have individualized implementation plans brought to them. And then there we will have continued weekly meetings with all the teachers to provide fidelity checks and assessments. And then from there, we will also have our, what I call the boots on the ground with our field students and our MSW clinicians that will be able to report back. So we have multiple layers of ability to check on that.
The other piece of this is that we're not only going to have that in-person training and other teacher planning dates, but this curriculum, this training has been developed as an online on demand. And so the teachers will also take that on demand course, which is about 10 to 12 hours. And we will be able to also monitor the progress on that online training.
I just want to add that I'm a big fan of what your center does. I've done teaching projects with them before. When I saw Ms. Cole, I was like, oh, okay, I remember her. And I've actually gone through the training, trauma informed, and helped me be more trauma informed as a judge. So I'm a
All right, Mr. Jones first, then Mr. Mitchell, then Commissioner Cummings. Is your down?
Yes,
You're done?
no,
Oh,
great. They presented to the Program Services Committee, I do believe twice. Now with the relationship now cemented with the school district, we will now be able to see the impacts that we talked about in our earlier conversations. Schools have now, you first talked to us, my concern was about Title I schools, to now know that we will be touching children who are pre-K and pre-K 3, pre-K 4 across the entire district. That's going to be enormous. So thank you so very much. This sounds exciting. Is it going to be sustainable beyond 1 year?
Yes,
Yeah, that's.
with the help of his counselors.
thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Mitchell.
Well, that's a good question, and that's sort of where mine was going is, so it would be implemented at the beginning of the school year. We would let it run for a year, and how are we going to see the results? Like, what do the results look like from a dashboard? I mean, I think it sounds amazing, it sounds needed, it's $445,200, which is not a chump change. How do we get the results back to make a determination as to, whether we want to fund it for another year?
So in addition to the outcomes that Ty and Ellen spoke about, we utilize the Florida Early Learning Standards within the classroom. And one of the domains within that standard is social emotional learning. So we take progress monitoring data on that daily. Right. And then we have 3 times a year, we report out on that data. So that would be your measurable outcome that we would be able to provide to you.
So we would get it sooner than the end of the school year. I mean, we'll get it,
3 times a year.
With a final report on May 31st. So we'll know in plenty of time.
How would we get it? How would the council get it in terms of, in the first report? Will you just send it to us?
We'll probably put it in your board packet. So after we get it, view it, accept it, then it'll go in that next month's board packet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Cummings?
Yes, I just had a question, and I appreciate the fact that it's gone through the program services committee and been headed there. But I'd like to hear from the superintendent in reference to the program and whether or not it's a plantation or is it going to be.
So let's also be clear, the financial agreement is not with Leon County Schools, it's with the CFC, correct?
Correct.
Right, it's with your.
Correct.
It's not with Leon County, we're just a partner with you, so it's Florida State's program that we'd be funding that would then be implemented to take advantage of where the kids are, which are basically in our pre-K classes.
This is 0 to 5.
Correct, yeah, right, exactly.
So what are your thoughts about the program though? I mean, the impact that will have on the school.
So I can tell you this, post-COVID, we've been struggling, especially with this age group. They are really struggling coming out of it. They were probably what, between 1 and 2?
Right. So there were infants and young toddlers when the world shut down and we all isolated.
We all put masks on them, said deal with it for 2 years. Right, and so it's a need, especially at this young age. But I also, as Daryl Jonas say, rely on the subject matter experts. And I listen to my director of early learning as well as the folks from Florida State University that have had successes in other communities with this program. And I don't know that we may need it a year, 2 years, 3 years. I don't think it's something for 20 years or whatever, but for the immediate future, I think it is needed.
Thank you for that.
Still gonna
And it provides a remedy for what we have been talking about in terms of discipline here. We're helping our young people to manage trauma, acting out and all the rest of that. And we start with our earliest learners, and the good part about what they'll invest in them in terms of these learning measures for these young people, they'll know how to do that as they continue to matriculate through the school system.
And didn't you mention that not only did it help on the behavioral side, but it helped on the intellectual side? Didn't you see any
Correct.
improvements?
Increases in academic successes, yes.
So That's kind of what we're
Thank you
all
all.
about, right?
I've got to say this, because this matters to me, and you know where I'm going with this. Is that we're going to use culturally relevant materials, and that we're going to have culturally relevant staffing across
Correct.
this district. I mentioned that when you were in program services.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, I would like to entertain a motion and a second to approve this.
I move.
And I'll second.
Comment.
Okay, well, it's time for public comment now.
After a motion.
Let's have a motion, right? All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Jones, we have a second by Mr. Mitchell. Do we have any public comment, Ms. Clay?
Yes,
All right,
comment from Mr. Caleb Norris Barber.
Mr. Barber.
Yes,
Okay, guys.
I am tired. I knew you all tired. Okay, this one concerns me. I thought I've heard some mention that Early Learning Coalition came to you guys for funding before. I don't know how you determine but looking at this and I'm saying, well, looks like you guys are opening a door that you may not be able to close. And if you try to close, there may be some issues because I think you're gonna find people looking at this, they're gonna just pop up and come to you for funding as well. If the university can do it, then why not other people? And I heard the word sole source, and I don't know how you determine that, but that's something for you to consider. In reading this, I said, you know, this is an admission that the universities are doing a very poor job of preparing educators. Because if you say, we need these people to come and deal with the behavior issues of our children in schools so that they can enhance them getting an education, then the university is really doing a very poor job. In addition to that, I went online and looked at their website, well, sort of state's website for this program. And it appears that at Florida State, you can pay $350 and get the certification. So here again, I'm trying to figure out why are they coming to the Children's Services Council, or if the Children's Services Council is the appropriate place for funding for this program. I think not. I think it should be the Department of Education. And I hate to say it, but when I sit here and I look at 3 white women talking about they're going to fix behavioral problems for Black children in Title I schools, I have a hard time swallowing that.
All right, thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Barber. So do we have any other public comments?
There's no additional public comment.
No other public comments. Okay, so with that, we have a proposal on the table to adopt this program and to fund it at $445,000. Will you please take a roll call?
Judge Miller,
Yes.
Mr. O'Brien,
Yes.
Mr. Jones,
Yeah.
Mr. Hannah,
I'm gonna abstain.
Well,
Commissioner.
wait a minute, hold on there. We gonna be double, we're gonna be, yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna abstain.
All right.
2 abstentions.
Well, can we then take, seeing as though it was your motion, you can't move something. You can't vote. So I move, yeah.
And I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion.
Good job.
Thank you. All right, so let's do the roll call again, please, just to make it clean.
Judge Miller,
Or,
Yeah.
Mr. O'Brien.
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
yeah.
Mr. White,
Yes.
Dr. Glenn.
Yes. All right, with that, the motion passes. Thank you all. Thank you, ladies, very much for coming to present to us today. And we will move forward. To
you.
agenda item- I'm sorry, thanks again. Thank you.
Thank
ladies.
you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. It is now time for the Finance and Budget Committee report. Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, God. Never did I think that the trip notice would be the controversial item. There's really not a great deal to report out, except for the fact that or even the budget. Right, we have amended the budget. In the amended budget, and I apologize because we got messed up on how many meetings ago we had finalized this, but this is essentially a cleanup of our budget
from 21-22 and 22-23, so that there was I feel like we've already done this.
Remember, we canceled the whole meeting and that's where we were supposed to.
Right. This is essentially a cleanup of all of our budget items from 21-22 and rolling them into 22-23. That would include things like furniture. It would, that we didn't buy in 21-22, but we did buy in 22-23. It would include things like the audited financial services, because we were procuring services for 2 years, but doing it in one fiscal year. And so that is essentially what the item is all about. It also, I believe, includes the HR move that we made in terms of personnel and giving the executive director the authority. It puts that into lump budget items. And Dina, am I forgetting any other significant?
134, you want to take a look at it.
Oh,
Yeah, into 134.
and if everybody'd like to follow along with 134, it turns out it's already there. I have time to, it seems. Okay. Yes, are there any questions? You always look for the highlighted, and
We have to.
So I will entertain a motion.
Right, I move that we approve the
Amended. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. So let's just do this by
comment.
public comment. Do we have any public comment?
There's no public comment.
Thank you. All right. Do we, is everybody in approval to accept the amended budget? Is anybody dissenting? No? Okay. The amended budget is now approved. Okay, it is now time for us to have a conversation regarding the truth and millage update. Mr. Mitchell, I will once again turn this over to you.
This is, we are beginning the process. We are beginning the process. At the beginning of the meeting, you may remember there were people who came who wanted to speak to the issue of us not raising their taxes. Mr. Skeen did not bring his jar of nickels, but which the car. Oh, I mean, you're right at this time of year. I know you'll bring it back. Essentially, what we did was before you need to begin to start considering this as we put together a budget, as we put together a look at what 23-24 is going to look like. We put 3 numbers out there for you, and people are right. They are right when they say by not raising the millage rate does not mean you're not raising taxes. I would actually suggest it a little bit differently. I would suggest that by leaving the millage rate the same, we are generating additional dollars above and beyond what we received last year. Whether you consider that a tax increase, really, I guess it's a semantic, a question of semantics more than anything else. We brought forward 3 rates for you. One is 0.375, which is where we are right now. One is 0.4375, and one is the full millage rate. The Budget and Finance Committee has not come up with a recommendation. This is beginning the process to begin to think about what this will look like based on our vote. What I would suggest you do is take a look at page 137, which is really kind of where the rubber meets the road in terms of our estimation of what property tax increase, property value increase will be multiplied by the millage rate that we've proposed. And if you think about a brand new house that was not in last fiscal year, that would be all of the taxes of whatever the millage rate is applied to that would show up at our bottom line. In addition, if your home went up in value, which the property appraiser is suggesting, is pretty much true across the board, although not a dramatic amount, that would be an increase in what you pay to the CSC above what you paid last year. Again, even if we kept it just at 0.375. If you want to see the total number of dollars that it will mean, look in the category, the box that says 0.375, you'll see what we raised in 2022, 23, and what we will raise projected on 24. I would only suggest to you that that Ms. Green and Ms. Snyder both did, I think, an admirable job of taking what the property appraiser has sent to us and doing an estimation. We will not have the final number until, Ms. Green?
July 1st, they will give us the final estimation.
Right.
And we will bring 3 budgets for those 3 millage rate opportunities back in July.
So this is a good time to start thinking about how you want to vote. And by the way, I brought forward 0.375, 0.4375, which is a halfway in between and 0.5, based on my feeling of what this council has, how we have voted in the past. There is nothing that would preclude us from going below 0.375. But I just wanted to at least give you guys the flavor for what it would mean with those numbers. And again, having as our basement for the current fund. It seems to me, as the treasurer, it seems to me that we are beginning to get on a roll, which is a good thing. We are getting on a roll to fund programs that score well, and yes, they might be a little more expensive than what we were doing during the summer funding. The money that this council has been spending, at least in my estimation, and honestly, in my private conversation with the auditor, has been well spent, and that's something we can all be proud of. But as things are beginning to ramp up, and we are beginning to spend the money the way in which the taxpayers intended, or the voters intended when they voted for this, I think it is responsible to at least consider leaving it the same. Again, if there's those who want to reduce it, we can come up with those numbers for you. But at least this is a good starting place. And Madam Chair, that's it.
Thank you. So just so everybody's aware, we're not voting on anything today. This is strictly for informational purposes. We will get the tentative rate at our July meeting and the tentative budget. I expect that there would be a more robust conversation with regards to this at this time. Before I move forward, Ms. Clay, do we have any public comments specifically related to this at this time?
Can I sign up?
Quickly, Mr. Neal, go ahead. You can do it.
I don't want to disappoint anybody on what you expect out of me. I just want to repeat what I said at the beginning, which is we're seeing tax increases, city and county, a lot of it going for law enforcement because of violent crime in this community. And that's obviously needed. This is the council, what you've just done is the council that gets tough on the causes of crime. And I think this last proposal that you just heard from Florida State and FAMU will do that. I just encourage you to start now. And this is a budget for next year, and be ready and put some money in your pocket to carry this forward. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Okay, are there any other further discussion, questions, or comments from the council members with regards to the okay, guys, we are agenda item number 9. Our next meeting date is Thursday, July the 20th at 4 o'clock. Same location, same time. July 20th. 20th. Yes, I apologize. What did I say? I'm sorry, July 20th. Now we are proposing 2 weeks of time allotments for the proposed retreat. So remember, we're not having a council meeting in August. We will have a retreat. We would like for you to look at your calendars, and please, would you let Ms. Clay and Sika know if you would prefer this meeting to be the week of August the 14th or the week of August the 21st. So I'm not expecting an answer right now, but I want to give you all a chance to go back and look at your calendars. If you would please let them know by when.
And what is this?
By Friday?
Last of June. Yes.
Okay.
By Friday.
Let them know by Friday via email which of the 2 weeks works best for you. And then we'll go ahead and get that retreat scheduled.
Clarification, how long is the retreat? How many days or 1 day? Well, this board meeting has been 4 hours and 21 minutes, so that gives you
1 day.
1 day.
or 3 weeks. Or
Yeah, I need to plan for at least.
quietly thinking to myself,
4
a
hours.
week.
Okay, right, 1 day.
And so when we respond to her, we give her all available times.
If you could give us available times for that week, that would be great.
Which week?
So if you're saying you're good the week of the 14th, give us the available times. If you're saying week of 21st, give us your available times.
Can we
Can we do a doodle
I
poll?
was gonna say.
Okay, yeah, we'll do a doodle poll, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'm sitting looking out.
Yeah.
So Ms. Clay will send a doodle poll out tomorrow or tonight, all right, and then we can respond to that.
You put pockets of time.
Yeah,
Yeah, and they're gonna be in
Sure,
4 hours.
hello and a night.
let's move forward, guys. All right, thank you. All right, and so our next meeting agenda, we will have a resolution to set the tentative millage rate, a resolution to approve the draft 23-24 budget, a resolution to approve the investments for the CSC Leon funds, the FL class. We will review the program spending plan. We will have, please, if you can, we will recognize Miss Liza McFadden at the next meeting, so please try to be present for that. And then we will review a draft budget, a draft agenda for the retreat, so that everybody's aware of that. Is there anything else that we would like to add to the agenda for the next meeting?
So I just want to make sure I have a wedding. I'm gonna be out of town on the 20th. Make sure y'all have a forum. Anybody else good on the 20th? No.
We have 5.
I will be there, the one.
We'll do a poll, make sure we have our.
If not, I can do the 19th, the 18th.
Start the 20th.
Can I, at least for those on the military, even if you're not gonna be here, if you have an opinion, I really do think it's important that we consider everybody's opinion.
So we have to share that with you through seeker.
Exactly.
Yes, so what we can do is, so we told the budget. I'd like to send it to Mr. Miller first, just so we can look at it. Then we can send it out along with the mill, and it'll have the millage choices in there. If you respond back to us, we'll make it so you can, and give us your input. And we will read that into the.
And no
record.
comment is also, I mean, not responding is fine also. I just, again, I've tried to put forward budgets and millage rates that I think reflect the will of the council as opposed to the will of Paul Mitchell.
You did a great job.
And,
Thank you. All right, it's now time for member comments, and the only thing that I want to say, guys, it's been a long day. It really has, but I do appreciate everybody's time, your commitment to this. Nobody got up and walked out of the room. It's a lot of work, and I just appreciate everybody being here and really going through this and making some hard decisions. These decisions were not easy. So that's all I want to say, because I know we're at time. And any other public comments from members before we dismiss?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd just like to mention, I mentioned this at the Leon County Board meeting last time. Leon County received some achievement awards, and among the 6 or 7 achievement awards was one directed to the Leon County Children's Services Council. So I think we all should pat ourselves on that. But it was in the category of children and youth. So I want to thank the hard work of our executive director and her staff, because for their work, we would not have been recognized in that category.
Thank you very much for bringing that forward. I appreciate that.
yourself.
All right. Any other member comments? All right, the time is now
one more thing. real quick.
Yes.
So I am leaving on vacation for tomorrow. I'll be out through Friday. Our office is also going to be closed on the 3rd and the 4th. We'll be back.
Back on the fifth, okay. It is 8:26 PM, guys. Our meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Our card's been towed up.
I hope not. I hope not.